Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another live stream watch along of the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. It is WTC final for 2023. It's Australia versus India from the Oval. And it's been a very interesting first session of this final. Australia 2 for 73. And in 23 overs, we've seen lots happening in the first session. Action-packed, as always, in a test match. Bit of overcast conditions. Ball was seaming around a bit. India got 2 wickets, and Australia were able to come out of that first session unscathed. And they'll be hoping to cash in on nice sunny conditions, which are gracing the Oval at the moment as we speak. The pictures look wonderful as Smith and Marnus Labuschagne walk out to the middle. And we're in for an exciting second session of day one of this WTC final. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Join us for the next couple of hours as we see how this second session will go. And Australia looking to cash in after India won the toss, chose to bowl first. Very interesting decision to make. Will that come back to haunt India in this test match? We'll have to wait and see once both teams have batted in this first innings. But it's going to be Mohammad Siraj to begin after lunch. He bowled really well in the first session. Got a wicket, and that was Usman Khawaja. And Thakur got the second wicket of David Warner just before lunch. Hello, Centre Half Forward. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. John, good evening. Thanks for joining us. Going to be an exciting session in this WTC final, of course. Second session, day number 1. Thanks for joining us, everyone, for the next couple of hours. Let's see how this session will go for Australia. 2 for 73. 23 overs have been bowled. The over rate, a little bit slow by India, but obviously they've played the 4 seamers, of course. So the over rate is going to be a little bit slow. So Mohammad Siraj, first ball after lunch. He's in now to Smith. This one short down the leg side. Good take by Bharat. It would have been 4 byes. But he got there in the end, but it's wides. So a wide delivery there from Siraj to begin after lunch. Just a bit of a loosener. First runs for Australia after lunch. It's an extra. It's a wide. Siraj trying to go the short ball ploy. Just a little bit too short and down the leg side. And a wide signal there by Richard Illingworth, who's umpiring in this final. Siraj in, this one full outside off stump. Smith leaves, and there's no run. Opportunity for Smith and Labuschagne. They love batting, as we know. They'll be hoping to cash in on these good conditions for batting now. It was a little bit overcast, a bit muggy, as it always is in England. But it's nice and sunny at the moment, and it's good for batting. No excuses to get out there and get some runs. Siraj into Smith. Smith defends onto the offside, and there's no run. Smith looking good. Looks comfortable at the crease. Labuschagne looking comfortable as well. And for Australia, perfect opportunity to cash in these conditions. John, you say the first 30 to 40 minutes hard work, given how much the ball hooped around. That's right, John. Australia did well to get through that tough period. And now the conditions have changed immensely. So let's hope will be good for batting as Siraj into Smith, who deflects this ball on his pad down the leg side, going down to fine leg. They'll pick up a couple of runs. And Smith moves on to 4 of 10. Australia 2 for 76 to begin this lunch session there. Smith just using the face of the bat, just gliding that down to fine leg. And the fielder down there, that fine leg, using his foot to stop that ball. Mohammad Shami, it was. So no boundary there for India. Conceded as Siraj is in. This one short outside off stump. Smith lets it go comfortably to the keeper for no run. Smith 4 off 11. Labuschagne 26 off 61. Done the hard work. Mohammad Siraj has bowled really well. 1 for 19 from his 7 overs thus far. Wonderful day at the Oval, nice and sunny. And let's hope the rain doesn't play too much of a part in this final. Siraj in again now to Smith. This one is worked onto the offside to backward point from Smith, outside edge there. There's no run. Steve Smith going about his business in his usual manner. But thanks for joining us, everyone. If you're from Australia, a very good evening. If you're from England, very good morning. Wherever you may be, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. It is going to be a late night, that's for sure, if you're from Australia watching this final. Here we go. Siraj in to Smith. Smith defends. This one keeps a little bit low, but he digs it out comfortably, Smith. And that is the end of the over. It's 2 for 76. And Australia looking to cash in this second session if they can. And they'll be hoping that they can get some more runs, put a big score on the board. I think it was a good toss to probably lose from Australia's point of view. Pat Cummins would have bowled first, but Rohit Sharma won the toss and he chose to bowl first. So will that decision come back to haunt India in this match? We'll have to see. As Mohammad Siraj is back into the attack. Had a good opening spell in the first session. And he'll be looking to get back into his rhythm after lunch as Marnus Labuschagne is on strike. And Shami into Labuschagne, bowled him, knocked him over. A wonderful delivery from Shami, straight through him. And that is the first wicket after lunch. And for Marnus Labuschagne, he's been castled. And the Zing Bales light up. And Shami, good line, good length, enticed Labuschagne into the shot, played all around it. And Mohammad Shami strikes. Australia lose. Labuschagne after lunch. Australia 3 for 76. You'll be disappointed about that, Labuschagne. Looked very comfortable. But obviously after lunch, you're looking to get reset and get back into the swing of things. Unfortunately for Labuschagne there, he has to go. Well, India have struck early. They bowled really well today, India, up front. But they'll be hoping to get a few more wickets after winning the toss, bowling first. So that's a good start for India. Not a good start for Australia to lose Marnus after the lunch break. But that happens in cricket where you lose a wicket and you have to rebuild. So Travis Head, he can be the X factor in this WTC final. He'll go out there and play his shots. But he'll be joined by Steve Smith. He's out there looking comfortable. So not ideal for Australia to lose a wicket straight after the lunch break. As Travis said, he's had a pretty good few months in Test cricket. And he's done well for Australia in this last 2-year period, one of the leading run scorers. Yet at number 5. And he's gonna have a big role to play in this final, you would think, Travis said, given his attacking ability and also his attacking mindset. But he's also going to be important for Australia in the Ashes to come after this WTC final. But Travis Head, he can change games in a flash. And he'll be hoping to do that in this second session today. But Mohammad Shami's bowled well. That's his first wicket of this WTC final. He's joined in now. Siraj and Thakur got the other 2 wickets. And Australia will be disappointed losing that wicket after lunch in the second over. As Shami into Head. This one, Head leaves. There's no run. So Australia, ideal batting conditions. And they should be able to cash in and get some runs here. But be very disappointed with that Marnus. And he wasn't too happy about that when he walked off. Shami into Head. And this one defended nicely by Head to mid-off. And there's no run. Travis Head, he's a game changer. We all know he can change games in a matter of minutes. This is the ideal situation for him. Australia in trouble a little bit, 3 for 76. Coming in at number 5, where he can definitely be an X factor. He can definitely change the game in a matter of a few minutes or a session. As Marnus Labuschagne, that one, just a good delivery from Shammy. That's all it was. Shammy into head. This one, head works to square leg, and there's no run. So Travis Head, his intentions are clear. He's looking to be aggressive early on here, and that's the game plan for Travis Head. So Australia have lost 3 wickets already, and Marnus Labuschagne, the latest one, falling in the second over after the lunch break. But for Australia, Steve Smith is out there still and joined by Travis Head. And Shammy into Head. This one, play and a miss by Head outside off stump. And there's no run. Well, India, after winning the toss, they'll be hoping to cash in with this... excuse me there. We'll be hoping to cash in these conditions. The sun's out, so pitch should flatten out a little bit and should be good for batting. If Australia can get a partnership here, get to a score of some note. Shammy in, Head, plays this away from his body, guides it nicely through backward point for 4 runs. A boundary for Travis Head to get off the mark. It's the end of the over, it's 3 for 80. So Travis Head gets his first boundary of this WTC final. And he'll be hoping to add a few more runs, Travis Head. But as I said, Travis Head can be the game changer. We all know he can change games in a matter of minutes. This is the ideal situation for Head. Try and get Australia back on track. And Australia were looking good. David Warner and Labuschagne just before lunch. It was a very good partnership. It looked ominous for India. It looked like that. It could be a long day in the field for India, but David Warner departed just before the lunch break. Strangled down the leg side. It was a nothing shot, really. Nothing to gain from it. And he was caught down the leg side. And now Labuschagne out in the second over to Shammy, clean bowled for 26. So Australia got some work to do in this final. But Test cricket, it's all about trying to win key moments and trying to get in and make it a big innings if you can for a batter. This one from Siraj was full and Smith defends comfortably. There's no run. And this Test match is not far from over yet. There's still a long way to go. Still another 4 days after this. John says David would be dirty on himself. Great catch, but getting caught down the leg side has to be the second worst way to get out. Yes, it is. Strangled down the leg side is the worst way to get out as a batter. Siraj in, and Smith defends onto the leg side. And there's no run. 3 for 80 for Australia. And India won the toss. They chose to bowl in what was very good bowling conditions. A bit overcast, green tinge about this oval pitch, but the sun is out, so Australia will be hoping that they can cash in and get some runs. As Siraj is in, this one's a full delivery, and Smith works this ball onto the leg side for no run. And he's definitely the big batter here for Australia, Steve Smith. But he'll be determined, Steve Smith. He will want to get in, get set. He's got a pretty good record in England, probably second to that of Don Bradman. And he's ready to face up now. Siraj ready to bowl his 4th ball. He's in now to Smith. This one short of a length. Smith works it around the corner on the leg side behind square. And he'll pick up a single. He moves on to 5 of 17. Australia 3 for 81 and Travis Head on strike. Get to. Thanks for joining us. You say out. Yes, it was out. You say it's a good start for India. As I say, needs Smith now. I think Jadeja will knock him over. Well, we may see Jadeja bowl in this session. He's the only spinner. India didn't play Ashwin. Hello, Raj. Hope you're well. You say dropping in to say hello. I'm afraid won't be able to be here for long. Got some work to do. But nonetheless, Siraj, thanks for joining us. As Siraj into Head, this one full. And Travis Head glides this nicely through the cover point region for 4. Pick up another boundary, Travis Head. India got to be careful about Travis Head here because he can be dangerous. He's already off to a good start. 8 already in no time. And this is an ideal situation for Travis Head. I really do see Travis Head having a big part to play in the Ashes after this series. He's going to be the X factor, of course. And sort of adopting the sort of baseball philosophy and mentality that England have been adopting for the last few months. Already, Travis Head a couple of boundaries. Siraj in, and Head gets in behind this one comfortably. It's the end of the over. It is 3 for 85 for Australia. Thanks for joining us, everyone. And what are you looking forward to the most about this final? Who do you think is going to win? Your predictions? Who do you think is going to win? What do you think is going to happen in this test match? Do you think it's going to be a close, thrilling, exciting test match? We hope it is. Chris K, hello. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. John says, our top order troubles continue. They look good, then stumble. Yeah, that's always been the case with Australia and England. As Shami continues. In now to Smith. This one's a short ball. Smith ducks in underneath it comfortably. And umpire Gaffney signals 1 for the over. And we haven't seen India bowl a lot of short balls in this session, or certainly in the first session. It was mainly pitch the ball up because it was moving off the seam, and that's what you do if the ball's moving. But if it's not moving after that, go to the short stuff and test out the batters with the short stuff. And Shami did that. Shami in now to Smith. This one down the leg side, nicely glided down to fine leg from Smith, and it's 4 runs onto the Australian turtle. And Bharat, the keeper, first time keeping in England is going to be a challenge for Bharat and also for Alex Carey. And Bharat just couldn't get to that one. Nicely placed by Steve Smith, picks up another boundary. So batting is a little bit easier on this pitch. It's usually a good pitch once the sun's out here at the Oval. And Australia will be hoping just to rebuild. You know, it's not the end of the world. Yes, not ideal losing Labuschagne after lunch in the second over. But, you know, test match cricket's all about just rebuilding, establish a new partnership here. That's what Smith and Head will be doing. And they've already started well. A couple of boundaries in this partnership thus far. Shami in again to Smith. This one short again. Smith attempts to hook and pull this. Plays and misses. There's an appeal for caught behind. India have already burnt a review. They've already got a review down because they reviewed an LBW decision off Marnus Labuschagne, which was unsuccessful. They don't review in the end. Rohit Sharma says, we're not going to take the review. We're not going to risk it. And I don't think Steve Smith got a bit of bat or glove on this. Let's have a look at short ball from Shami. Yep. Nothing there off the bat or the gloves. So a good decision not to review that. Let's have a look on Ultra Edge. Yeah, clear gap between the bat and the ball. So good review. Non-review there from India. Good decision by umpire Gaffney. There's Shami in again to Smith. This one full, and Smith defends comfortably for no run. The umpire's out there in the middle, Chris Gaffney from New Zealand, standing in his 49th test match today in this WTC final. He's joined by Richard Illingworth, former England international cricketer himself, played test cricket for England, left-arm spinner, umpiring in this test match. Third umpire, Richard Kettleborough from England as well. Fourth umpire, former international player with Sri Lanka and World Cup winner, Kumar Dharmasena. So, and match referee, Richie Richardson from the West Indies, former captain and a very prolific batsman for the West Indies in their heyday. Defended onto the offside from Smith off this delivery from Shammy. It's going to be an exciting test match. Which way will it go? Well, the next 5 days will definitely be entertaining, that's for sure. So Shammy, last ball of his 8th over. He's bowled really well. Smith looking to get in and get a big innings, a big score here. And Shammy into Smith, and Smith defends this delivery from Shammy for no run. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 89 after 27. And we've seen some very good test match cricket thus far. John says the ball from Shammy didn't really do anything. I think Marnus just picked the wrong line there. Yes, he wasn't too sure about that, Marnus. Just misjudgment. Probably played the wrong line. Didn't really do much, that ball from Shammy. Just held its line and was able to knock over the off stump of Marnus there. Raj says Smith will be the key from here. He has to say Raj, a good 350 score will be enough for the first innings, I reckon. Yes, to say Raj, they are more fuller and straighter than I would like them to be. As Siraj is into head, and this one goes straight through to the keeper for no run. Australia 3 for 89. And 3 wickets have fallen today. We'll get through the wickets and who departed for Australia in this innings thus far. We'll get to that in a minute. Bit of a recap of what's happened thus far. As Siraj in again to head. This one short of a length. Head glides this nicely behind square on the offside to the fielder at deep backward point there. Picks up a single. Moves on to 9 off 9, Travis said. So a run a ball now for Travis Head. 9 off 9. Smith, 9 off 23. Partnership has been productive. There's been a few boundaries, runs scored, run rate. Run rate is good for Australia. 3.29 is a healthy run rate. Probably not the blistering run rate as we see with England. They would be scoring 7 runs and over by now after 27 overs of their innings. But this isn't England. This is Australia, and they're doing it their own way. And as Siraj is in to Smith looking for a quick single after deflecting this ball behind square on the leg side. But in the end, they decide not to run, and it's a dot ball. Steve Smith, very prolific. Over 8,000 runs, averaging just a tick under 60. His record in England is superb. And he'll be hoping to dig in, get a big innings today. Good conditions to be able to do that. Sun's out, baking this pitch. That green grass will soon burn off. Pitch will flatten out a little bit and become good for batting, as it usually does here at the Oval. As Siraj is in, Smith drops this ball onto the offside, looking for a quick single. They decide not to run. Another dot ball. But Australia will be determined to get a big score on the board. And they'll be hoping for that. A score around about 350, 400 would be what Australia would expect to get from this position. And as Siraj is in now to Smith, this one short outside off stump. Smith punches this off the back foot through the covers, running along the outfield. Won't quite get to the boundary. The fielder at cover will cut it off for at least a couple of runs. They should be coming back for the 3rd run, and they do. 3 runs onto the total for Australia. 3 for 93. And Steve Smith looking pretty good. He's looking like he's in the zone. And that ball just racing along the oval square. It's quite a big square here at the Oval. It goes from side to side of the square. So if the ball gets on those pitches off the square, it definitely runs fast to the boundary. And that's why it can be a fast-scoring ground, the Oval. And Australia will be hoping to get a good score on the first innings here. As Siraj is in now. This one on leg stump. And this one beats the fielder at mid-on, and it'll be 4 runs for Travis Head. A nice shot to win the over. A boundary for Australia. It's the end of the over, 3 for 97. Travis Head looking good, 13 off 10. And India, got to be careful about Travis Head because he can be very dangerous in this position. And already he's starting to get a move on. 3 for 97 after 28 for Australia. Nice boundary to finish the over from Travis Head. And definitely the batters will be more confident. The ball getting a little bit softer. It's only 28 overs, so it's still a little bit hard, but starting to get a little bit soft as we wear on into this second session. And then as a batting side, you'll be able to cash in. Sun out, overcast conditions have gone away, not a cloud in the sky. And that green tinge will start to burn off as this test match continues and be very good for batting. So India, they got to be still wary of Australia. They can be probably facing a big score here as Shami into Smith. This one outside off stump. Smith leaves. Straight through to the keeper for no run. Three for 97 into the 29th over. Session number 2, day 1 of this final. The Oval looking splendid in the sunshine as everyone watches this final intently. Shami in to Smith, works it to the fielder at forward square leg, and there's no run. Steve Smith, 12 of 28. Travis Head, 13 off 10. Looking to establish a partnership, which they have. Partnership's been good. A few boundaries, a few singles. Rebuilding the innings after the early wicket of Labuschagne in the second over for 26. He was bowled by Mohammad Shami when Australia were 3 for 76. So currently 3 for 97. They've added a few runs there. Shami in now to Smith. Smith leaves outside off stump. There's no run. Good leave from Smith. Good judgment. No worries, Raj. Thanks for dropping by. We hope to see you again sometime in this final over the next few days. But thanks for dropping by. This one, this previous ball from Shami, seam bolt upright. Good lead from Steve Smith. He was pretty excited about that delivery, just signaling that it was tailing in a little bit. And doing it in his way, Steve Smith. He's quite eccentric, quite unusual, quite unorthodox, but my word, he's a very good player. Shami in now to Smith, who works it behind square. And Bharat will cut that off for a single. Australia 3 for 98. Steve Smith moves on to 13. No, sorry, it was a leg by. Steve Smith looking pretty animated, but he's definitely determined to get a big score on the board here. Travis Head, good start from him, 13 off 10. He relishes batting in these situations. Shami into Head. Head was uncertain whether to leave this ball or not, but in the end, gets a bit of bat on that, travels out behind square on the offside for a single. And Travis Head moves on to 14. 3 for 99 for Australia. 1 run away from the century. They'll be hoping to cash in this second session. 73 runs were scored in the first session for the loss of 2 wickets, and that was Khawaja and Warner. So far in this session, 26 runs have been added for the loss of 1 wicket in 6 overs. So So it's becoming a little bit easier to bat on this pitch as Shammy in now to Smith. This one defended back down the pitch from Smith, and there's no run. It's the end of the over, 3 for 99. Three for 99. Australia after 29 overs. And I think Australia, they would have liked to, obviously, well, it was going to be very interesting with Pat Cummins at the toss. He was considering bowling first, and then Rohit Sharma won the toss and said, we'll have a bowl. So I think for Australia, they would be quite happy to bat first. Runs on the board in the finals very important. As Mohammad Siraj continues into his 10th over. Took the wicket of Khawaja, got him out caught behind by Bharat for a duck. He's in now to Head. This one full on his pads, and Head whips it away for a mid-wicket for 4 runs. And the 100 up for Australia. And Travis Head looking dangerous. He's already 18 off 12. And Australia will be hoping that he can just tee off as he has done over the last few months, Travis Head. Very good shot from Head, nicely balanced. Able to flick that ball through mid-wicket. Another boundary for Head. He's looking pretty good. 100 up for Australia for 3. 3 for 103. As Siraj just moving the field a bit. Wanting a change in the field here. So Siraj in again to Head. And this one short, and Head works it behind square down to fine leg. It will pick up a single. Good strike rotation from Australia. Very important to rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking over. The basics of batting. And already 5 runs off the over. So this is what Travis Head can do whenever Australia's in trouble. Comes in, does a roll, plays a cameo of an innings. That's what he's doing at the moment, 19 of 13. So it's pretty good stuff from Travis Head. Steve Smith will just do his thing. He's already 12 of 31, and he'll be looking to just anchor the innings and bat all day because Steve Smith wants to do that. So he's on strike now, Smith, to Siraj. Siraj in to Smith. This one traps Smith on the crease. This one jags back in, hits him on the pads. And there is no run. That one got Steve Smith in an awkward position. Just a little bit grimacing there, Smith. That one jagged back in, hit him on the top of the thigh. So there's still a little bit of movement there with this Duke's ball. Just seaming a little bit here. So not much swing. It's been more seam than swing at the moment. Run rate 3.5, which is pretty good. But if you're England, they would be 7 runs and over by now. Playing Bazball, of course. And no doubt we'll see that in the Ashes, which will follow next week. First test at Edgbaston. And it's sure to be an exciting series, that's for sure. So Siraj, 1 for 37. In again to Smith. Smith mistimes this pull shot. He was trying to pull it through the leg side. And this one wraps him on the pads again, and there's no run. So Smith looking to be aggressive, looking to get on with it. That one just beating him for pace, that one. And wasn't able to connect with that one there, Smith. Three for 104, Australia. So they look to push on and get a big score here. Siraj into Smith. This one left outside off stump by Smith comfortably, and there's no run. Steve Smith, 12 of 34. Travis Head, 19 of 13. Pretty good partnership here at the moment. Just what Australia needed after losing Marnus Labuschagne early on, just after the lunch break. As Smith gets ready to face the last ball from Siraj of this over. Siraj in, this one full, and Smith defends to mid-on. And there's no run. It's the end of the over, 3 for 104. 3 for 104 after 30 overs. First innings of this WTC final, day number 1, session number 2. Australia and India, two of the biggest rivals in world cricket. 7 overs have been bowled in this session for the loss of 1 wicket, and for the 31 runs have been added in this session by Australia. So Steve Smith, Travis Head, doing their job, rebuilding the innings. Going along nicely here. Shami into Head. Head punches off the back foot. Good fielding by, I believe that was Rahani at cover. No, it wasn't. It was Thakur there at cover. Did well. That was punched off the back foot nicely by Travis Head through the covers, but nicely fielded by Thakur at cover. Saved at least 4 runs there. Very important. You've got to save every run in the field as well. Travis Head looking good, looking ominous here. And he's already 19 or 14, so he's striking at 135, which is typical of Travis Head. This one down the leg side, and Shami gets dispatched to the deep backward square leg boundary for 4. Travis Head flicked that nicely for another boundary. Moves on to 23 or 15. This is what he can do. Travis Head, he's just ticked over 10,000 first-class runs. But he's averaging well over 80 in Test cricket. That was a nice shot. Down the leg side from Shami. It was a poor delivery. It was asking to be hit for 4, and it was. Flicked off the pads nicely by Head. Looks good. Looks very comfortable here. It's a good batting surface. Australia looking to cash in the second session. Shami in to Head. This one an outside edge, past the slip cord and down to third man for another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Travis Head. Already 8 runs off this over. He's already 27 off 16. John says England could also be out for 210 by now. 2. Don't think it would bother them, though. No, it won't, John. You know, with the way England are playing, it won't bother them if they get bowled out for 100 or 200 or 400. They'll still go hard in attack. Shami in to Head. This one full outside off stump. Head doesn't quite time it. Hits it straight to mid-off for no run. Travis Head already starting to get into his groove. He's already starting to pounce on anything that's loose. We've seen that at the moment by the Indian bowlers. If they just stray off their line a little bit in their length, Travis Head can easily dispatch it. As Shami bowls to Head. This one defended by Head onto the offside for no run. And Travis Head going to have a big role to play in the Ashes, that's for sure, being the X factor for Australia. And he'll be hoping that he can contribute and get a big score on the board here. Shami in, last ball of his over, into Head. This one down the leg side, and Head works it down to find leg for another single. It's the end of the over, 3 for 113 after 31. Australia going along nicely after the loss of Labuschagne. Well, thanks everyone for joining us. We'll be here for the next 2 hours in this second session, just enjoying what should be a very exciting test match. We're seeing some very good test cricket to begin this first day of this final, and hoping that we will see some very good cricket over the next 5 days, maybe 6 days if the weather doesn't play a part, and the reserve day, of course. 3 for 113. 31 overs have been completed. Over 8, a little bit slow by India, but that's understandable as Shardul Thakur comes into the attack for the first time in this second session. Change of bowler. Siraj off and Thakur in from the pavilion end. Already Travis Head, 147 his strike rate, 28 of 19. And Steve Smith, 12 of 35, doing it his own way, just anchoring the innings. And as Thakur in now to Head. This one, a plain miss outside off stump by Travis Head. Good first up delivery by Thakur. Nice crowd in as well. Good to see the crowd in enjoying this World Test Championship final. And they've seen some very entertaining cricket thus far. Oh, it was a no ball from Thakur. Overstepped. Extra run, extra delivery. Thakur in to Head. This one just out of reach of the fielder at Gully. Got into a bit of a tangle there, Travis Head. Outside edge, nearly carried to the fielder at Gully, Rahane. In the end, no damage done. Travis Head trying to work that onto the leg side. Got an outside edge, got into a bit of a tangle. And luckily, it didn't carry to the fielder at Gully. Jinka Rahane just diving to his right. Just falling and bouncing in front of him, that ball. Gets away with it, Travis Head. But they'll get a single and Smith will be on strike. Thakur in. This one. Ooh. Past the outside edge of Steve Smith's bat. And straight through to the keeper for no run. A bit of movement still there. That one just shaping away from Smith. Good take from Barat. He's been tested behind the stumps today. But he's not doing a bad job. Thakur. In again to Smith. This one left outside off stump by Smith comfortably. Three for 115 for Australia. .3 overs have been bowled thus far. Australia 3 for 115. Smith on 12, Head on 29. Thakur in to Smith. This one again left outside off stump by Smith, and there is no run. Yes, David Warner. Just having a look at his dismissal on the replay here. Yeah, caught down the leg side. He'll be disappointed with that, David Warner, but he looked good. Promising signs for Warner, especially going forward into the Ashes. There's been a lot of talk about David Warner, his place in the side, his retirement plans. But I think for him, he will definitely gain some confidence from that innings today. Thakur in to Smith. Smith defends onto the leg side. I'm not sure what everyone's doing. There's still one ball left in the over. It was a no ball that was bowled first ball. So Barat, the wicketkeeper, was running towards the other end. But we still got one more ball to go in the over because the first ball was a no ball by Thakur. So an extra delivery. So that's why the confusion. Good morning, Renell. Good morning, Renell. Thanks for joining us, Renell. Great to see you as always. Thakur in. This one, Smith punches through point off the back foot for a quick single. Into the over, 3 for 116 for Australia. Going along nicely. This partnership has got Australia back on track after the loss of Marnus Labuschagne in the second over after lunch. But thank you, Renell. No worries, Renell. It's always great to have you here. A big supporter of the podcast, of course. John, your comment. You say, disappointed about Seven's decision not to stream on Fox. sport and watch one. KO 7+ isn't much at all. Yes, if you're watching this final in Australia, it's on 7. It's not on pay TV or anything like that. But that's just the way it is, John. They got the rights, and I think many people are happy about that, for obvious reasons, of course. But nonetheless, I think we should be grateful that we have cricket to watch on TV, and I think we should just be grateful about that. As Siraj into Smith, this one defended by Smith, and there's no run. Renell says, who has the edge so far? Well, it's been going back and forth, Renell. That first session, Australia was slightly ahead. If Australia lost 3 wickets in that first session, it would have been India's session, but Australia just slightly ahead of the first session. The second session, India, in front. They got the wicket of Labuschagne soon after lunch. Second over to Shami, clean bowled for 26. You would say India were in a good position there, but this partnership between Smith and Head has wrestled the momentum back. And with Travis Head in particular, he's already 29 off 21. So this is ominous signs for India. If he gets going, who knows? It could be Australia could be well into the ascendancy after this second session going into the last session. So Siraj is in again to Smith. Smith defends for no run. But it's definitely been a great test match thus far. We've seen some entertaining cricket. We've seen some good cricket. And hopefully some good cricket to come in this next session, but also the last session as well. Speaking about cricket, Renell, the West Indies. They're playing against the UAE at the moment, that ODI series. What are your thoughts on that, Renell? As the West Indies prepare for the qualifiers for the World Cup, which are in Zimbabwe in the next few months, as Smith defends this nicely in the mid-wicket for no run. He's bowled well today, Siraj. 4 dot balls, building the pressure of this nicely. You say, Renell, thanks very much for the information. At least it's not one-sided yet. No, it hasn't. It hasn't been one-sided. It's been going back and forth. But that's what you'll expect in Test match cricket, that contest, back and forth, both teams. The momentum, the ups and downs of Test match cricket. There's Siraj in again to Smith. This one short outside off stump. Smith leaves comfortably for no run. Run rate 3.53 for Australia. So it's a healthy run rate. 3 for 116, not a bad position to be in for Australia. At least they haven't lost too many wickets in those first 2 sessions. So Siraj in for his last ball now to Smith. And this one again left outside off stump by Smith. For no runs, end of the over, 3 for 116. It's a maiden. 33 overs done in the book. Over 8 has been a bit slow, but India playing the 4-seamers, of course, it's going to be a bit slow. They do have Jadeja. They didn't go with the 2-spinner attack with Ashwin, and that was mainly on the conditions when they saw the pitch, a bit of green grass. You would have thought that the seamers would have a role to play. Australia going in with their traditional combination, Nathan Lyon, the only spinner, and they weren't going to play 2 spinners anyway, Australia. Cummins, Stark, and then Boland. As Takor's back into the attack. This one full, and Head works it nicely through square leg for a single. Looking good, Travis Head. He's scoring quickly, 30 off 22 now, that single. Renell says, all I have to say to the West Indies, has a long way to go. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The West Indies in that qualifier in Zimbabwe for the World Cup later on this year. Currently playing an ODI series against the UAE, which they've already won the first game. I believe they won the second game as well. As Takor's in to Smith, and this one, bit of an odd shot there from Smith. Anyway, straight through to the keeper for no run. He tried to play at that one, Smith, but unfortunately, no damage done. John says, I'm glad to have any coverage. Yeah, that's right, John. I think we should just be grateful that we have the opportunity to watch cricket on any platform. Yes, to say this one's outside off stump by Smith, leaves comfortably, no run. You say, John, I'm glad to have any coverage back to Channel 9 for the Ashes. Yes, it will be. Tubby back in the comm box. He'll be back for the English coverage, John. So he's going to be commentating for Sky Sports, Tubby. So he won't be, I'm sure he'll do some crosses with Channel 9 throughout the series, but he's not going to be commentating for Channel 9, John. He's going to be commentating for Sky Sports on their coverage. He's going to be commentating alongside Ricky Ponting as well. As this one's full and Smith defends to mid-on. There's no run. So, so Tubby will definitely be back in the comm box. Not for Channel 9, but for Sky Sports for the Ashes. Renell says, got to go. I hope I catch another live stream tomorrow. Streaming tomorrow. We'll be streaming, not tomorrow, Renell, but we'll be streaming probably day 3. So we'll be definitely back in this WTC final, that's for sure. Takor's in to Smith. This one full. Traps Smith on the pads. That one going down the leg side. And India, not interested, Rohit Sharma, in the review. They've already burnt one, India. They don't want to waste another review. And that one was going down the leg side. So to answer your question now, we will be back. Not tomorrow, but day 3, that's for sure. So do join us in, Renell. But it's great to have you here as always. And thanks for dropping by. As Takor, last ball of his over now, into Smith. And Smith defends for no run. That's the end of the over. It's 3 for 117. Steve Smith not happy about something there. I think he's complaining about spider cam there. He was looking up after he played that shot. Looking up on spider cam there. He wasn't happy where it was positioned, especially the shadow casting down on the ground. Probably distracted him as he was facing that last ball by Takor. But that's Steve Smith. Always doing things in his own way. 3 for 117. 34 overs have been bowled in this first innings for Australia. Very good. Good start to this final. Siraj in again now to Head. And Head defends back down the pitch to Siraj, and there's no run. 3 for 117 for Australia. The World of Cricket channel. Thanks for joining us. You're saying looking forward to the upcoming Channel 9 presentation. Yes, it's good to have cricket back on Channel 9. Look, we all knew that it was going to come to an end and things change over time, of course. But it was always good. I always look forward to waking up early during the Australian summer to hear the tones of Richie Benaud and Bill Lawry and Tony Greig in Chappell. One of the 4 of the best commentators that the game's ever had. Single there from Head to deep point for no run. For a single. 3 for 118 Australia now. But yes, Channel 9 will be hosting the Ashes, of course, the coverage, as they always do. They have an agreement with the ECB. And that will be starting next week, of course. First test of the Ashes next week from Edgbaston. World of Cricket channel, you say, looking forward to the upcoming Warnie TV drama too. Yes, I did hear about that. Yes. It was 30 years ago, a few days ago, that Shane Warne bowled that famous ball of the century to Mike Gatting, Old Trafford 1993. What a delivery it was. And Richie Benaud's commentary summed it up nicely. Gatting has no idea what has happened to him. He still doesn't know. Classic Richie Benaud commentary there to sum up what was one of the most iconic moments in Test cricket history, certainly in Ashes cricket. And it's hard to believe that Warnie's no longer with us. And I had the privilege of meeting Warnie myself. I went to his book signing, had a photo with him, had his autograph, and it's just hard to believe that he's no longer here with us. But, he was a very good cricketer, good commentator on the game as well, and sadly missed. He will be absolutely chomping at the bit if he was here still with us about this upcoming Ashes series. As Smith works this nicely behind square leg, and he will pick up a couple of runs, Smith, looking comfortable at the crease at the moment. Smith moves on to 15 with that 2 runs. Good to see some support in the crowd for both nations, India and Australia. And even if you're a neutral, coming to the ground and just watching this final. As Siraj looking to finish off this over nicely. Couple of balls left in his over. Into his 12th over, Siraj into Smith. This one left outside off stump, and there is no run. 3 for 120 for Australia. Let us know in the chat, what do you think? What's a good score for Australia to look and try and put India under pressure in this final? Let us know in the comments. And I think Australia will be hoping that they can get a big score in the first innings. Maybe 350, 400 minimum is definitely their benchmark if they can get there. But this partnership's done well. Smith and Head have rebuilt the innings nicely as Smith works us to square leg for no run to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 120. "12 overs bowled in this session, 3 for 120. Australia going along nicely. Good batting conditions. Sun is out. And Australia looking to continue on. Get as many runs as they can in this final. Every run will count in a final like this. The first session, 73 runs were scored. The second session, we have 47 runs scored. For the loss of 1 wicket, that was Marnus Labuschagne. And he was bowled by Shami for 26. It's Thakur in again to Head. This one, Head outside edge. Good fielding by Rahane at Gully. There's no run. So Head and Smith looking more comfortable. Ball getting a bit older. It's 35 overs old into its 36th over. So batting becoming a little bit more easier. And Australia will be hoping that they can cash in, get some runs, which these two are doing at the moment. Thakur in, this one short and wide outside off stump. Head went to cut this ball, plain a miss. Straight for the keeper, no run. Travis Head lit up there. His eyes lit up. Bit of width outside off stump. He was short, didn't quite connect. John says, information must flaky on the commentary team. Never trust the web. My money was on Tubby and Hills. Enjoy both their commentaries. Think Fitch is on the team too. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I did hear that as well. So he'll be joining the coverage. But usually what Channel 9 do is that they usually, do a bit of analysis in the studio and then do a live cross, to whoever's at the ground. That's what they did for the last Ashes series. And then they take the feed from Sky Sports, which they will for this Ashes series coming up. That's what they do, Channel 9. So They may do things a little bit differently this time. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see next week. As Thakur into head, and head works this ball to point for a single. But it'd be interesting to see what they do this time around, Channel 9. But that's what they've done in the past whenever they've covered the Ashes and broadcasted the Ashes from England. But I did see somewhere that Mark Taylor will be covering, will be commentating on Sky Sports. I did see that, along with Ricky Ponting as well. And obviously Ricky Ponting is commentating this WTC final at the moment. And he'll be commentating the Ashes, that's for sure. So Thakur, 1 for 21 from 7.4 overs into his 8th. And Steve Smith, not happy, pulls away. Not happy about something, Steve Smith. Probably something distracting him behind the bowler's arm. Spider cam, he keeps looking up to the sky. So I think it's spider cam that's putting him off a bit. Not happy with how it's positioned. Now he's ready to face up now. Thakur past the umpire. He's in now to Smith. This one full when Smith whips it through square leg for a classical Steve Smith boundary through the leg side. He is in good touch, Steve Smith. He will not miss out on that. You bowl it full at his pads, he will flick you through square leg every day of the week. Very good shot. Nice balance from Smith. Played it underneath his eyes. The fielder there at forward square leg dived, couldn't cut it off. And the Australian crowd, the Australian supporters in the crowd here at the Oval signalling for very nice boundary there from Smith. Another boundary onto the total for Australia. 3 for 125. John says, good score. I hate predicting scores as Thakur's in. This one outside off stump. Smith leaves to end the over. End of the over, it's 3 for 125. You say, John, a good score. I hate predicting scores. Always get it wrong. Don't want to anger the gods just yet. Yeah, predictions. Yeah, it's always good to just have a bit of a guess, see if you're correct or not. How close can you get to the pin, as they say in golf? But I think for Australia, any score of 350 up towards 400 would be good. That's what you expect to get in the first innings of a test match on a regular basis. And especially in a final like this, you would want to get a score of that nature. So Australia going along nicely. This partnership rebuilding the innings for Australia after the loss of Labuschagne. And they've done pretty well, this partnership. Travis Head looks pretty good. Looks ominous at the moment, scoring at a good strike rate. And his career strike rate in Test cricket's well over 80, which is pretty good. You know, when not everyone can strike at around about 80 runs per over, but Travis Head can definitely do that. So Australia, 3 for 125. 36 overs done. Over 8, a little bit slow by India, bowling the 4 quicks. They haven't bowled Jadeja as yet. Maybe Rohit Sharma could be considering a change in the bowling, change of pace to try and break it up. Get Jadeja in bowling his left arm spin. So we will see how Rohit Sharma will approach it. So Australia, 3 for 125. And didn't win the toss. India won the toss. They chose to bowl first. And you would think now with the sun out, you would think that Australia would be liking these conditions. So drinks on day one, second session, and the session thus far. Marnus Labuschagne departed second over after lunch for 26. He was clean bowled by Mohammad Shami. And then Smith and Head joined together at the crease, and this partnership's been very productive for Australia. Trying to rebuild the innings after the wicket of Labuschagne. In good batting conditions now. The sun's out, and the moisture just escaping the surface and making the pitch a little bit easier to bat on as we progress in this afternoon session. But India, they will need to make it count in this next hour or so. So the first hour of this session's been done because the drinks break has been taken, and they'll be hoping to try and cash in with the ball here if they can. But it's always a big risk when you win the toss, bowl first. Always a big risk, especially if you can't take wickets. John says, yep, we definitely don't want to be bowled out for under 300. Anything 400 should be satisfying. Yeah, anything 400, anything 350, 400 is good. I think that's where Australia will be aiming. You will want more, of course. But if they get that, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. And it's just about trying to build partnerships and get there, of course. So drinks has been taken. Australia rearing to go after drinks. Siraj in to Head, who drives off the back foot to cover. And there is no run. Top ball there. A breakdown of Australia's scoring in this innings thus far. 170 dot balls, 19 singles, 5 twos and 5 threes, 19 boundaries and no sixes. So it's evenly spread. Siraj in again to Head, who works this to mid-on. There's no run. Travis Head, 32 off 30. Smith, 19 off 15. And by far, this partnership doing the work for Australia at the moment here. So the partnership at the moment between Head and Smith, currently 49. So 1 run away from the 50 partnership. Second best partnership of the innings. This one, a missed time shot from Head. He was looking to work that through the covers, but didn't time it. And there's no run. Travis Head, his record in Australia is pretty good, averaging 57, as you would expect on these surfaces. Of course, your home record's going to be good as your away record. He's only played 15 test matches away from home, averaging 30 and a half, best of 90. And I do believe that 90 was in the last test in Ahmedabad, as this one jags back in to Travis Head from Siraj. And we've seen a bit of that today, where the ball's been jagging off the seam and moving around. This one from Siraj, just coming back into Travis Head, cut him in half. Right on the chest. And the ball just catching the glove there of Travis Head. Got jammed there as it was going on the way down. But no damage done. Didn't go back onto the stumps as Siraj is in. This one a short ball. Head attempts to pull. There was a play and a miss. There was an appeal for caught behind. A stifle appeal. No one really looking interesting or excited for India. It was a polite inquiry to umpire Gaffney, who nods his head. Let's have a look. Yeah. Doesn't look like there was a deviation there. Travis Head looking to take on the short ball, which is the right way to go about it. And that's how he plays. And as I mentioned before, he's going to have a big part to play in the Ashes, that's for sure, Travis Head, because he's going to be an X factor for Australia. Sirajin. This one defended by head to the offside. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 125. It's a maiden. Well, thanks for joining us, everyone. I know we're back for the first time in a while, but it's going to be a big period for us on the podcast. We've got lots of cricket to cover, and I hope you can join us for that. John, you say your question. You say, do you think either side would be satisfied with a well-played draw and declared joint winners? Well, that's an interesting question, John. I think both teams will want to win it outright. Whenever you share a trophy, it doesn't feel right. It was a draw and we shared the trophy, obviously, as that's a single by Smith down to fine leg for one. That one down the leg side by Thakur and easily glided down to fine leg by Smith. So I don't think both teams will want to draw. Obviously, if the weather intervenes and, causes disruptions in this test match, as the 50 partnership was raised with that single by Smith in head, it's been good off 79 balls. Good counter-attacking. Thakur into head, this one up and over the top of the slips for 4. Outside edge from head. He flashed the hands at that hard. Picks up a boundary. And this is ominous signs for India. Travis Head getting into his groove. Flash the hands at that hard. If you're going to go, it's a no ball as well. Well, an extra run for Australia there. 5 runs off that. Thakur, the second no ball he's bowled in this over. And this innings, I should say. Got to keep the foot behind the line. So extra run, extra delivery. Thakur in again to head. And head works this through square leg for another single. Good batting here from head. To go back to your question, John, I think both teams in an ideal world would want to win outright and will try their best to try and force a result. If it's a draw, so be it. And both teams deserve to win because they've been by far the best 2 teams in this cycle over the 2 years. So, in an ideal world, I think both teams would like to win outright. I think it just feels, a bit better than joint winners. But it's not every day that you have joint winners in an ICC event. I think the Champions Trophy in the early 2000s was a joint thing with India and Sri Lanka because it was a final that was heavily affected by rain, and they declared them joint winners at the end of it. Another no ball from Thakur. He's overstepped again. That's the 3rd time now. This one short outside off stump by Thakur. And Smith hits it straight to mid-off. Didn't quite beat the fielder at mid-off. And there's no run. But I think we're going to get a result in this final if weather doesn't affect the game too much. There is rain forecast towards the end of the test match, and we do have that reserve day. But I think we're going to get a result. I don't think we're going to get a draw if weather intervenes. I think we're clearly going to get a result here, and I think we're going to get a winner. As Thakur's in to Smith, this one traps Smith on the pads. There's an appeal for LBW turned down by umpire Inworth. And he says not out. Thakur. It would be important for Thakur here to keep his foot behind the line. He's bowled 3 no balls, already 2 in this over, 1 before in this innings thus far, Thakur. So he's going to keep that foot behind the line. He's in again now to Smith. This one full outside off stump and driven nicely through the covers before from Smith. The fielder ain't catching up with that. It's a boundary for Smith. It's a boundary for Australia. He's looking good, Steve Smith. He's 24 or 62. It's an expensive over from Thakur. Nicely driven through the covers from Smith. Just Hit that in front of square nicely. Got past the fielder at cover. He looks in good touch. This pitch is very easy for batting now. And he'll be hoping to cash in here as Thakur in again to Smith. This one full, and Smith beats the fielder at forward square leg for another boundary. And that will be a boundary to finish off the over. An expensive over from Thakur. End of the over, 3 for 141. John, you say it's an interesting dilemma. A drawn test series, and he who holds the trophy keeps the trophy. Yeah, pretty much. I always thought in the playing conditions, I thought whoever finished on top of the table would be declared the winner. But I was proven wrong. Obviously, it's a joint winner situation. So, but I think we're going to get a result if weather doesn't intervene. But it's a very interesting dilemma. John, you say a tie on the last ball, Gabe would lose his mind. It's rigged. He probably will. Knowing Gabe and probably Nick, they probably won't be happy about the joint winner situation. As Jadeja comes into the attack, a bit of change of pace, change of bowling. And it's going to be Jadeja into the attack for the first time today. Bit of spin for India. He's the only spinner, Jadeja. India decided not to pick the two spinners in Jadeja and Ashwin. They decided to go with the one spinner and four quicks. So Rohit Sharma obviously turning to his experienced left-arm spinner. He's had a pretty good career, Jadeja. One of the game's best all-rounders that we've seen in recent years. As he'll be bowling from the Vauxhall end. If you're watching along on TV, the Vauxhall end is the media centre, which is the opposite end to the pavilion here at the Oval. And he'll be bowling to Travis Head, who had a pretty good series in India. He handled the spinners okay over there. Jadeja in to Head. This one outside off stump. Head backs away to leg stump. Hits it straight to the fielder at cover for no runs. So Travis Head looking to be positive against the spin of Jadeja. Jadeja in to Head. This one outside off stump. Head cuts this away behind square. Down to third man for a single. And a single onto the turtle for Australia. Steve Smith, not a bad player of spin. And played a few games for Sussex in the county championship, Smith. Played 3 games there. Also played against Marnus Labuschagne and Michael Nessa. And he did okay in his 3 games. He scored a few 50s, I believe. A couple of 50s, I think. He didn't score a century. As Jadeja's in now to Smith. This one. Down the leg side. Probably a bit of pad. Just ballooned up in the air. Over the leg slip for a leg bye. Jadeja just pitching that ball on leg stump. It just hit the fire guard of Smith over the top of leg slip for a single for a leg bye. Jadeja into Head. Head defends and there's no run. Jadeja in to Head. Works it onto the leg side for a single. Easy single there. Not much turn for Jadeja. Obviously, it's only day 1. Pitch is not as dry as it would probably get towards the end of the test match. So not much turn for Jadeja. It's just going to go through with the arm. Jadeja into Smith. Smith advances down the wicket. Defends straight back down the pitch to Jadeja for no run. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 144. 3 for 144. Australia going along nicely. This partnership good, 50 plus now between Smith and Head. John, you say could be worse. Decided by Duckworth Lewis Stern. I pay good money to watch that reaction. Sorry, that's just the larrikin in me. Well, yeah, it would be interesting if it was decided by that, but obviously it's only for ODIs and T20s, not for Test matches. Duckworth Lewis. A lot of people still don't understand how it works, but it's the best possible solution that we have in the time being. Thakur into Head. This one punched off the back foot from Head to the fielder at cover for no run. But it would be interesting to see Gabe's reaction on that, John. I don't think he would be pleased at all if it was decided with Duckworth Lewis. But nonetheless, it's just the way cricket is, I suppose. We have these complicated sort of equations and methods to work out things. Thakur in, this one, plain a miss outside off stump from Head. There was an appeal from Thakur for a potential caught behind, but umpire Illingworth puts his counter in his pocket and says not out. And Travis Head survives. Yeah, Travis Head just flirting at that one outside off stump. Ooh, it was close to the bat, but no spike on ultra edge. Richard Illingworth, good decision. Part of the elite panel, Richard Illingworth. Thakur in, this one short outside off stump, cut away to deep backward point from Head. He'll pick up a single. Thakur's got to be careful, can't give width outside off stump to Travis Head. Otherwise, he's just going to cut you away through that backward point region. We've seen that last summer in Australia where he just, scored a lot of runs through that region against the West Indies and South Africa. And they just fed Travis Head his strength. And that's his strength on that, just outside that off stump if you bowl a bit short to him. But he's already 40 or 43. And that's the thing with Travis Head. He scores really quickly. As Smith works this onto the leg side for a single. It's good partnership batting there. The ICC Test Match Mace. That's the trophy. Who will it be at the end of the 5 days? Will it be Australia, India lifting up the mace? It was New Zealand a couple of years ago. Ross Taylor was obviously played in the last final, of course, now retired. A very good player for New Zealand. One of their greats up there with Kane Williamson and Martin Crowe and Stephen Fleming, one of their greats of all time. As Thakur into Head, and Head works us through square leg for a single. But who will it be? Two very good sides, Australia and India, always competitive. Obviously, both nations are not playing for the Border Gavaskar Trophy. That's not up for grabs. But the ICC Test Match Mace is up for grabs, and who will it be? John says, don't worry about Gabe. Nick would climb through their camera. He probably will. But Gabe was happy recently because CSK, Chennai Super Kings, won the IPL recently. Very happy about that. Last ball of the over for Thakur. Just only 3 runs off it. So Thakur into Smith. Smith defends behind this delivery from Thakur. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 147. 3 for 147 after 40. Australia going along nicely. And just taking their time. No need to rush. Second session, day 1 of this World Test Championship final. It's been some very exciting cricket. 18 overs have been bowled in this session. Australia have lost 1 wicket for 74 runs. So they are matching the first session where they scored 73 runs. So it's been a pretty good second session for Australia. The pitch under nice sunny conditions here in the second session, drying out with that moisture. Jadeja continuing. And he's into head, and head punches this to mid-off for no run. Jadeja to head works it onto the leg side. Rohit Sharma mid-wicket, does the fielding, and there's no run. John, you say, oh yes, Gabe's not letting that go anytime soon. No, he isn't. Very happy indeed that CSK won the IPL recently. And it was a pretty good IPL, it was. Highs and lows, very exciting this year. But I think most people would be glad that the Test cricket's back around again. As Jadeja into head again, head defends for no run. Back down the pitch to Jadeja. Bowls his overs pretty quickly, Jadeja. Jadeja in again to head. This one just falling short of short leg. I think that just collected the pad. No bat involved there. Pujara underneath the lid at short leg. No damage done for Travis Head. That one just came off the pad. Jadeja into head. Head works this to cover. There's no run. Last ball now from Jadeja. In now to head, and head works it on to the offside. He'll pick up a single through point. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 148. Three for 148 for Australia. 41 overs have been bowled, and partnership between Smith and Head doing the job. Rebuilding the innings after Australia lost an early wicket in Marnus Labuschagne just before, or just in the second over after lunch. But so far, so good for the Australians. 4 runs and over in this session. So the scoring rate's picked up. That's mainly down to Travis Head, who's scored pretty quickly. Good to see some Australian supporters in the crowd. There won't be much of them, obviously. There'll be quite a few fans from around the world watching this final from all different cricketing nations. As Thakur continues to head, and Head punches this outside off stump through the covers. Fielder in the deep will cut it off just for a single. One run away from the 150 now, Australia. John, you say the Ashes stream would be interesting between them if Nick wasn't traveling to the UK. Yeah, it would be interesting. Be interesting to see if Nick can actually go and watch an Ashes test. Yeah, it would be interesting, with Nick and Gabe streaming for the Ashes, of course. This one full on the pads of Smith from Thakur, and Smith hits it straight to forward square leg for no run. Be interesting, of course, with the Ashes coming up next week, Friday, I believe. First test from Edgbaston, and England have some concerns. Jack Leach recently got injured, and Moeen Ali, I believe, has come back from retirement to be that spinner for England. And also Ben Stokes, his problems and other concerns for England as well. So it's definitely going to be an interesting series, that's for sure. But hopefully for Nick, he can go and watch an Ashes test, hopefully. If he can get some tickets, because it's something that you will want to tick off the cricketing list, basically, as a cricket fan, is to go to England and watch an Ashes test or a test match. That's certainly the thing you want to tick off the list. As Thakur into Smith, this one on the pads, Smith works it to fielder at square leg for no run. But no doubt, I think Gabe and Nick will be looking forward to the Ashes, that's for sure. As everybody would be. I am. It's going to be an exciting series, and let's see who will come out on top and get the urn. Thakur. In again to Smith. And Smith works it to that fielder at square leg for no run again. It's been a very good session from Australia. Lost the only wicket of Labuschagne, but it's been a very good session to wrestle back the momentum in this test match. The Oval looking splendid, and I've got a few facts about the Oval. It's quite a unique ground. It's one of the oldest grounds in England, of course. We'll talk about that a bit later. As Thakur into Smith. This one outside off stump. And there's no run. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Great to be here. It's great to be here talking cricket with everyone. Thanks for watching. Also, thank you, everyone, for helping us to get to 650 subscribers. We've raised the bat for 650. Thank you for that. Hopefully, we can get to 700 soon. Sometime during this Ashes series and also during this long period of cricket ahead. Thakur into Smith, last ball of the over. And this one down the leg side. Smith leaves it easily. No run. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 149. 3 for 149 after 42 overs. John, you say no Ollie Stone or Jofra Archer either, and Stokes is suffering from chronic tendonitis. Yes, he did look a bit ginger, Stokes. Not quite at his best with that knee injury, which is troubling him. But yeah, they've got a lot of concerns, England, ahead of the Ashes, of course, and with Jack Leach going down, it's added to their woes as Jadeja continues to head. Ooh, this one beats Travis Head past his outside edge for no run. Fumble there from Bharat behind the stumps. This one just pitching on middle stump, just going past the outside edge. No turn for Jadeja. He won't get turn this early on in the match. Definitely towards the end of the test match, he probably will. Jadeja into head. This one a leading edge, falling short to the fielder at cover for no run. So definitely Jadeja is definitely going to pose some questions towards the end of this match with the pitch deteriorating. Jadeja into head. Head works it to Thakur. Use that short fine leg for no run. Three for 149 Australia. Just one run away from the 150. Jadeja into head. Head to fins on the front foot for no run. Just nearly approaching 2:45 local time in England. The clock at the Oval showing that in the afternoon. Jadeja into head again. This one defended by Head onto the offside for no run. Last ball of the over from Jadeja. Head drives through the covers for 4, beats the fielder at cover. You will go into the cover boundary for 4. And that is another boundary for Travis Head. Moves on to 47. And Australia going along nicely at the moment here at the Oval. And Travis Head, this is what he can do. Dangerous signs for India because Travis Head, 47 already. Not much turn from Jadeja and confidence in Travis Head in that shot that he drove through the offside. Get to, thanks for joining us. You say Australia is looking good. Yes, they've brought up the 150 and They've looked pretty comfortable. The pitch is a lot easier for batting now. The sun's out and that moisture is out of the surface. And these two have gotten in and gotten set and got a partnership, and it's pretty good for Australia. India bowled well up front, but with the pitch flattening out, it's pretty good for Australia at the moment as Thakur continues. This one full on the stumps from Thakur to Smith, and Smith works it through the leg side for a single. Picks up another run to his tally. He moves on to 30. But still early days in this test match. Thakur in again to head. This one short. Head ducks underneath it. Straight through to the keeper. No run. Travis Head, his strike rate, 81 in this WTC cycle. Pretty good if you ask me, striking at 81. But he's certainly striking more than 81 at the moment in this innings. John, you say didn't read up on it, but why was Josh not selected? Still under an injury cloud, or did think Boland was better for this match? I'll answer that in a minute, John, as Thakur into head. Head works it onto the leg side behind square for a single. He was still in a little bit of a cloud. They didn't want to risk it. He was touch and go, they said. George Bailey said he was touch and go for this match, but they decided not to risk it. He'll definitely be ready for the first test next week at Edgbaston, John. But they decided not to risk Josh here and play Scott Boland, which I think was the right move, I think. You've got to think about the long-term prospects ahead. There's 5 test matches, including this one at 6, as this one's worked on to the offside, leg side by Smith for a single. So he was real 50-50. But I think he's progressing well. And they've said he's done some good things in terms of his, trying to get back and getting fit. But they didn't want to risk it, which is understandable. And given that Josh Hazlewood hasn't played much first-class cricket or even test cricket, they didn't really want to risk it, given that what is going to be a big tour for Australia. As Travis Head gets this to the boundary for 4. Another boundary for Head. It will bring up his half century. Well played, Travis Head. 52 off 60. This is what he can do, Travis Head. And it's good to see Travis Head do well. I may be a bit biased because he's from South Australia, but it's good to see some South Australians doing well. Good to see Travis Head scoring a 50. Well done, Travis Head. First half century in this final. Can he go on and make it a big one? He looks in the mood. He's 52 not out of 60, striking at 86. Yeah, exactly right there, John. Yeah, it was a good call. You got to think about the long-term prospects, and that's what Australia did. So it's unfortunate. Josh would have liked to play in this final, as you would. It's a WTC final, but you got to do what's best for the team. Cricket's a squad game. It's a squad mentality, and that's what you got to do. So end of the over there, and Australia going along nicely in this second session of play. Travis Head brought up his half century, but he'll definitely be ready for the first test. That's what I read, and that's what George Bailey said. But he was real touch and go. And that's another thing for Australia about the rotation of the bowlers. They're definitely going to rotate in this series, in the Ashes. Hazlewood won't play all 5. Boland will play. Nessa will play probably some part down the line. Pat Cummins will play all 5 because he's captain. So that's something that Australia have to work out in terms of how do we rotate our bowlers in this Ashes series, because it is going to be a very demanding schedule. As Jadeja continues, first ball was a dot ball to Smith. The second ball, playing a miss by Smith. try to work that behind square on the offside. Didn't quite connect. And a miss. No damage done. Take a bit of a fumble there from Bharat behind the stumps as Jadeja into Smith, who defends to cover, and there's no run. John, you say, really interested to see how Scotty goes. Thought he was underused in India. Happy to see him get another go. Yeah, he was. If Australia bowled this morning, John, I think he would have got that ball moving around off the seam because Scott Boland bowls good line, good length, and he's just always at you, and he gets that seam movement. So he would have been very lethal this morning if Australia bowled first. That one's another dot ball a single to Smith onto the leg side. But it will be interesting to see how Scott goes. You know, it's an incredible story with Scott Boland. Very humble, and he's a great team man, and it's a great story. So hopefully he takes a bag of wickets because he's going to be very valuable for Australia come in this Ashes series. And hasn't played much in England, but you know his style of bowling, if the wicket has a bit of something in it, he's going to exploit that, and he's going to do his job for Australia. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do as well, John. And I think everyone is. And I think everyone's just happy for him. You know, him and Michael Nessa deserve their opportunities. They've worked hard in domestic cricket for a lot of years in Australia, and to finally get the opportunity to play Test cricket, you know, they're taking it with both hands and they're doing well. The direct hit. Thanks for joining us, Aran. You say the bowling first looks bad now. Well, that's the thing, really, because now the conditions have changed dramatically as Umesh Yadav is back into the attack now. Bit expensive in his first spell early today. He's got to really get back on it now as he's in now to Smith. This one full outside off stump. Smith lets it go for no run. Yes, to say Iran, wicket easing out, India in trouble. Well, yeah, well, this partnership certainly got Australia in front of this game at the moment. You know, Australia's just scoring under 4 runs and over. And obviously a question to you, Iran, would you play the 2 spinners? Would you go with Ashwin and Jadeja? They didn't go with that. They went with the 4 seamers and Jadeja. As this one's outside off stump again by Yadav, and Smith lets it go, no run. Now, yes to say, Iran, Boland is a Hazelwood 3.0. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. He's a quality bowler, Scott. He can bowl 20 overs in an innings and back it up in the next game. So he's definitely going to be important for Australia in this upcoming Ashes series, which is starting next week, Friday. This one, again, outside off stump, and Smith leaves for no run. Yes, to say, Iran, please tell Umesh the IPL is over. Well, he hasn't played much cricket. I heard early on in the coverage that he got a bit of an injury during the IPL, didn't play much for Kolkata, and he hasn't played much cricket for some time, so he's a little bit rusty. And hasn't been quite at his best here, Yadav. Yadav in again to Smith, who defends onto the leg side for no run. None for 27 for Yadav. He's been expensive today. Certainly when Shami and Siraj bowled that pretty good opening spell, he came in, leaked runs straight away. This partnership looking ominous for India. It's 50 plus now, nearly closing in on 100. Yadav in again to Smith. Traps him on the crease. This one hits Smith on the pads, but he was outside the line. So no worries about LBW there. Dot ball. Iran, you say, yes, of course. Needed control from one end with the lefties in Australia's squad. Odd call to drop Ash. Well, he's the number 1 bowler, you know, in world cricket, and certainly one of the best spinners the game's ever seen. So it was a a very bold selection to not select him in the squad. In the 11, I should say. That one outside off stump, dot ball to finish. A maiden over from Yadav. End of the over, 3 for 160. Thanks for joining us, Aran. Always great to see you, and hopefully, for India's sake and their prospects in this game, hopefully they can start to turn things around. But at the moment, it looks very ominous when you bowl first and you don't take early wickets. Mohammad Shami going off. Axel Patel on the field as the sub fielder for Shami. Jadeja will continue. Sorry, my mistake there. Australia did get a single on that last over. It's 3 for 161 after 45 overs. Jadeja in, Head defends for no run. Jadeja in, Head, outside edge through point for a single. Aran, you say India saw the clouds, made the call and paid for it now. Yeah, that's the thing, really. You know, you can get caught in that mindset and you say, oh, it's a green pitch, let's play 4 seamers and a spinner. But, you really got to go with your strength. And India's strength is playing their spinners, 2 spinners and having their quicks. So that decision could come back to haunt them in this match. Dot ball there from Smith. Jadeja in. Smith works this ball off the back foot, hits it straight to the fielder at cover. There's no run. Aran, you say, how about a draw, lads? Well, it looks pretty sunny at the moment. That's only if we have some weather around, as Smith advances down the wicket, works it through square leg for a single. Good use of the feet from Steve Smith. Very handy player of spin. But there is rain forecast, Aran, towards the end of the test match. I think day 4, day 5 have a bit of rain or something there. So you never know, but let's hope the rain doesn't come. And defended by Smith for no run. It's end of the over, 3 for 163. But it's not over yet, Aran. Have faith. It's not the end of the test match. It's only day 1. Still a long way to go. It's only day 1 of the test. But yes, it doesn't look good at the moment for India in terms of that decision to bowl first. But Pat Cummins would have bowled first anyway. He's a fast bowling captain, and fast bowling captains have that mentality of bowling first. So Travis said his best scores in England. Went past 51 that he got an Edgbaston in the first test of the last Ashes series in 2019. With 53 in this test match here. John, you said, I was just going to say that about Ashwin. Risky call. Yeah, it is a bit of a risk, but they've gone in with that combination, and, time will tell if it was the right call. But at the moment, it doesn't really look like it was the right decision. Yadav into Smith. This one defended. There's no run. John, you say, but no super over. Well, let's hope. Well, it probably won't be a super over, I don't think. But if we had super overs in Test cricket, it would be exciting. This one left outside off stump by Smith, and there's no run. Steve Smith doing it comfortably. Run rate 3.44. Healthy run rate for Australia. Yadav in to Smith. This one full outside off stump. Smith drives to bin off, and there's no run. Travis Head, outstanding innings thus far. 53 not out of 65. He's really taken the attack up to the Indian bowlers, and that's very important to put pressure back on to the opposition bowlers. And it's been really good at the moment from Travis Head. This is what he can do. He can change games in a matter of minutes. That's what he's doing here. Yadav into Smith. Smith defends onto the leg side for no run. A handshake there. Travis Head, Steve Smith shaking hands after Travis Head brought up his half century. Bit of a hold up in play, bit of a delay behind the side screen. As always, we always have that where there's always something behind the side screen that distracting the batters. Yadav into Smith. This one defended to mid on and there's mid off, and there's no run. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Hope everyone's well. Hope everyone's enjoying this first day of the WTC final, and sure to be an exciting final. Australia doing well at the moment, rebuilding the innings. It's been a good partnership between Smith and Travis Head, and Yadav into Head. This one defended, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 163. Three for 163. 47 overs have been bowled. Good over from Yadav. It was a maiden. Looking to keep the pressure on here if he can. The Indian bowlers, Thakur's been expensive, 4 runs and over. Yadav's been expensive as well, 3.38 runs per over. So the runs are starting to flow now for Australia in this second session. Making the most of this good batting conditions. Mohamed Shami off the field, about to come back on. Run rate 3.40. And Jadeja to continue from the Vauxhall end. Here at the Oval. Rohit Sharma, big test for him. First time captaining India in a test match in England. Jadeja into Head. Ooh, this one spins back in to Travis Head. Pass his inside edge. Nearly clean bowled him. Ooh, that one turned. That's probably the first one that's turned from Jadeja today. Jadeja into Head. This one, Travis Head works it through the offside in front of point for a single. John says, I'm liking the idea that the government is attempting to ban online gambling ads for sports, if I have that correct. I did hear that as well, John. Obviously, that is a problem that we face in our society, and a lot of people, do struggle in that area. So I think that's a good move to try and solve this problem that we have in our society with gambling. As Jadeja into Smith, who defends to mid-on for no run. Jadeja into Smith, who defends on the back foot comfortably. Not much turn from Jadeja, but that ball to Travis Head did turn back in sharply. That was the first one that really turned today. So Jadeja into Smith. This one driven to mid-off for no run. To end the over. It's the end of the over. 3 for 164. 3 for 164. Thanks for joining us, everyone. It's great to have you here. And it's been a very exciting day of Test match cricket. And a question for all of our Australian viewers. and listeners who may be joining us, because there is some from Australia that do listen to the podcast. A question: would you prefer Australia to win WTC final or the Ashes, or both? So I pose that question to all of our Australian fans and viewers. Which one would you prefer the most? WTC final, Australia win, or the Ashes? Which are coming up next week as Yadav continues to head, and this one head hits it straight to mid-off for no run. Good crowd in here at the Oval. Not a big ground by any means, but good to see many of the fans watching day one of this WTC final. Everyone excited about potentially what's to come over the next few days. Yadav in to head. This one short, outside off stump, and punished through point for 4. Travis Head is seizing on anything that's short and wide outside off stump. And for India, Travis Head is looking good. This is ominous signs for the Indian attack. Umesh Yadav, he's just been too short outside and off stump. Can't afford to get too short outside off stump to Travis Head. He's just going to dispatch you through that point region. And another boundary for Travis Head. He's raced along to 58. Yadav into Head. Head works it onto the offside. He'll pick up a single. Australia's road to the final. Scott Boland made his entrance to Test match cricket. That famous spell at the MCG, taken 6 for 7. And did very well there, Scott Boland, in the 11 for this final. As Yadav continues to Smith. This one traps Smith on the crease. Got a bit of his pad and trickled to the slips for a dot ball. Dot ball, and there's no run. Yadav in again to Smith. Smith defends comfortably in behind that. There's no run. Now that Ashes Test match where Scott Boland took 6 for 7. Australia won by an innings and 14 runs after making 267 all out. England were bowled out for 185 and 68. And Scott Boland did most of the damage in that second innings. It was pretty unbelievable from Scott Boland. But very good spell indeed from Scott. Yadav into Smith, who works it behind square for a dot ball. It's the end of the over. 50 overs have been bowled. It's the end of the over. And Australia going along nicely. John, you say win both, but I'm greedy. If push comes to shove, I'll take an away Ashes win anytime. I think that would be the plan. I think it will be probably on Australia's mind to win both. Win both the Ashes and the WTC if they can. Jadeja continuing. Nearly 3:15 local time here at the Oval. Jadeja in, Head defends comfortably. On the front foot, and there's no run. Jadeja in again to Head, who drives outside off stump, but straight to cover. And there is no run. Jadeja in, and Head defends to mid on. There's no run again. Jadeja into Head. This one left outside off stump by Head. There's no run. Jadeja in again to Head. This one outside off stump. Head pushes this off the back foot to the fielder at cover, who fumbles, and they'll scamper through for a single. Another single onto the total for the Australians. 3 for 170. Run rate 3.34. It's been a very good session for Australia. Jadeja Smith, this one defended onto the offside for a dot ball. It's the end of the over. 3 for 170. 3 for 170 after 51 overs. And that is the end of the session. How time flies. That's the end of the session. And after 28 overs, Australia 1 for 97 in the session, 3 for 170 after 28 overs in this session. They'll be very happy with how this second session has gone. For India, a little bit disappointed only to pick up the 1 wicket. And they've still got a lot of work to do, India. Winning the toss, choosing to bowl first. And for Australia, they'll be very happy going into to the tea break on day 1. So we'll recap what happened in that second session. It was a pretty dominant session for Australia. Very important in Test match cricket to win sessions and to make sure that you capitalise on those key moments. And we saw with Australia, they've certainly done that. Travis Head, a very quick fire 50 for him. Good partnership between him and Smith developing. 33 not out for Smith of 101. Travis Head 60 of 75, and he's looking very dangerous and doing his job for Australia at the moment. And this partnership is 94 for the 4th wicket. All right, so we'll recap what happened in the first 2 sessions thus far. T on day 1, and Australia 3 for 170 at T. And they'll be looking to push on after tea and really have a good session after the tea break. So we'll have a look at how this has gone thus far for Australia, first 2 sessions of the day. So first of all, we'll have a bit of a look back at what happened today. Usman Khawaja was the first wicket to fall. He was gone when the score was 1 for 2. He was gone, caught Bharat, bowled by Siraj for a duck. And David Warner, just before lunch, was out for 43 when the score was 2 for 71. And he was out caught by Bharat down the leg side by Thakur for 43. And Marnus Labuschagne was the only wicket to fall in this second session. He was out bowled by Shami for 26 when the score was on 3 for 76. And Smith and Head have added a nice partnership between each other. Currently 94 for the 4th wicket. Travis Head looking good. Steve Smith batting in his own way. And Australia in a very good position at T on day 1 of this World Test Championship final. 3 for 170. Smith on 33. Head on 60. And we've still got around about 39 overs remaining in the day's play. So it's not like we're going to get all those overs in because of the over rate, as always. But we are probably going to get most of those overs in, probably not all of them. So that's how this session and how the first session and this second session has gone. So Australia will be very happy at T. India won't be happy about taking the only wicket. That was Marnus Labuschagne just after the tea break. Just after the lunch break, sorry. So there we go at T3 for 170 for Australia. Right, so a very interesting session indeed, and now we wait a while for the tea break, and Australia looking pretty good. John, you say again, just my opinion, but I disagree with Gideon's and your assumption that this match isn't a warm up for the Ashes. It stands on its. But we have the band back together. We're playing a test in England. I see what you've done there, John, with the Blues Brothers. Yeah, John. All I was saying was that Australia don't approach this test match as a warm up in terms of their mindset mentality. Go out there and play proper intensity. Obviously, in a way, it's sort of like a warm-up, but all I was saying was just don't approach it with a mindset of a warm-up mentality, really. It's a WTC final. You want to go out there and try and win it. But it is a proper competitive sort of warm-up compared to what England had with Ireland recently in that one-off test at Lords. You would say that Australia will have the better preparation going into the first test, which would be next week at Edgbaston. So that's all I was saying. No worries there, John. That's all right. Everyone has their own opinions and own views about these sort of things, but that's just the way I saw it, really. So it's very important that Australia don't fall into that trap of like, okay, we've got the Ashes to come after this. We don't want to come into it with a mindset of a warm-up mentality. We just want to go in there, play good cricket, play the best cricket we can and try and win, because they would like to win this WTC final, which would be nice, and then hopefully win the Ashes, which will be a very good achievement if the team can achieve that over the next 7 weeks with a big tour of England in the next few weeks and month. Jihan, thanks for dropping by. You say, I think David Warner showed today why he should be still in the side. Unlucky way to get out. Lucky for India. Yes. He did look a bit scratchy, David Warner, but as soon as he got into his innings, as soon as he got through that tough period, and he looked promising, David Warner. So I think at least for David Warner, his own confidence going forward into the second innings and then the first test at Edgbaston, he will gain a lot from today's innings. He showed some good signs. In difficult conditions, he managed to go and get past that. So, yeah. So for David Warner, hopefully he can have a good second innings, but unlucky to be out caught down the leg side. It was a bit of a nothing shot, really. Not really much to gain from that shot. He wasn't going to get a boundary from that because there was a man back. So unlucky to get out for 43, but it was a good start on a very big tour of England. John says 100%, and they've picked the best team they can. Absolutely. They've picked their best team. I think we all knew going into this test match that Australia will pick the 11 that they've selected. Josh Hazlewood was touch and go, obviously. But they picked the best 11, and this 11 can get the job done. And already, with the way Australia are going at the moment, I think they're in for a very good finish to the day today. If they can finish off strongly, if Travis Head can continue on his merry way and Steve Smith, I think they're going to be in a pretty good position at stumps today, Australia. If they can get over 200 in this session, up towards 300, I think they'll be laughing. But it's definitely Australia's session. You would think the first session was even, just a little bit in favour of Australia because they only lost 2 wickets. If they lost a third wicket there, then it would have been India's session. But Australia managed to fight back in that second session, and that's what Test cricket's about, winning sessions and fighting back, and that's what they've done, Australia. So good start to what will be a very important tour ahead. Jihan, you said they all looked scratchy. The ball was doing a lot initially. It's amazing how easy batting starts to look when the sun comes out in England. Yes, it was testing early on. The ball was nipping around. It was seaming, not much swing. It was more seam than swing. They looked all a little bit scratchy, a little bit on edge, as you would expect, obviously, when you are facing top quality bowlers in these conditions. But as soon as the sun comes out in England, pitch dries out, the moisture escapes from the surface, the ball will become a bit softer. The sun will bake the pitch and it will be easier for batting. We've seen that in the second session. And for India, will the decision of the four seamers come back to bite them? They left out Ashwin, which was a big call. I think that's their strength. They went away with their strength, I think. So only time will tell if that was the right call to make. But mainly you would say that probably decision was based on the conditions, how the pitch looked. And now with the sun out, the pitch losing that little bit of tinginess about it with the green grass on the surface, you would think, probably we probably made the wrong decision there. But that's how India went, and that was their decision at selection. So it'll be interesting to see what they do in this third session, because this is an important third session coming up. If Australia finish off strongly here, get up to around about 240, 250, up towards 300, I think they'll have a good day. So pressure on India after winning the toss, bowling first. They would have liked to make more inroads than they have already. So they've got a lot of work to do. John says, only Usman got a good cherry, but the other two dismissals were just meh. Yeah, you would think, with David Warner, that one caught down the leg side was probably an error from his part. He could have just left that. Didn't really get up from Thakur. Marnus Labuschagne, that dismissal, yeah, you just say, well, that's just the way it is. Usman Khawaja, in those early conditions where the ball was doing a bit, yeah, good delivery. And that's what you expect really as an opening batsman to get in these sort of conditions. But Smith and Travis Head have played really well. Good partnership developing. And hopefully for Australia, they can finish off strongly and put the team in a good position. But so far, so good at T, at 3 for 170. Jihan, you say they got put in on a green top in 2015 at the Oval and scored 481 and won the match. The extra bounce at the Oval makes it easier to leave the ball. Yes, I do remember that. Yes, it was a green pitch at the Oval in 2015. The same as it was at Trent Bridge when Australia got skittled out for 60. But here at the Oval, more probably Australian type conditions with the extra bounce and bit of pace in the surface. It's obviously a little bit easier to leave the ball here with that extra bounce. So, and Australia's record at the Oval isn't the flashes record. They've only won 7 games and lost 14 in their entirety. India have only won 2 games at the Oval here since 1936. So for both teams, this ground is not really their happy hunting ground. If this final was played at Lord's, then you would say Australia, that will be the ground that they will want to play at because they have a good record at Lord's. They didn't lose a test for almost 90 years against England, up until 2009 when England won that test, where Andrew Flintoff got a fifer and announced his retirement from Test match cricket at the time. So at T, Australia 3 for 170. 51 overs are done in the book. We've got around about 39 overs in this last session. I don't think we'll bowl majority of those overs. It's been a little bit slow with the over 8. But hopefully we will get a pretty good session in this last session today. Jihan, you say, where's Gabe? Is he covering the WTC final? I'm not sure, Jihan. I'm not sure if they still have other commitments, Nick and Gabe. I'm not sure. I think he may. I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything. I haven't, got that information or anything like that. So he maybe on the weekend. Obviously, it is during the week, the first few days of this test match. He may do it on Saturday, maybe. I don't know. It'll be interesting. I think Gabe will be determined to cover some cricket. I know Nick and Gabe haven't been able to cover a lot of the IPL recently with other commitments and other time constraints that they have. So, they'll cover it if they can. If not, that's okay. There's the Ashes to come after this as well. So there's 5 test matches there. But also time difference as well is a bit tricky for them, especially early hours of the morning. So, yeah, I'm not sure, Jihan. I think he may. Maybe not. John says, barring a catastrophe, the picture should be clearer after the first hour tomorrow. Yes. If Australia can finish off strongly here tonight with Travis Head, Smith going about their way, and then tomorrow, have a good first hour, then, they will be able to be in a dominant position. That's for sure. But yes, that first hour tomorrow morning will be key as well. You say, John, the time. What is the time on the US West Coast? Well, the time in their part of the woods, I'll just have a look. It's around about nearly 7:30 in the morning. So 7:27 at the moment in their part of the woods. So around about morning time for them now. For Nick and Gabe, yeah, around about 7:30 in the morning. So it just depends if the times line up and they're able to watch a bit of the test or cover it in some sort of capacity. Alrighty then. Australia 3 for 170. 51 overs are done in the book. And we're not far away from the resumption of play after tea. It's been a pretty good session from an Australian point of view. The pitch is flattened out. India, they'll be disappointed not to get a few more opportunities with the wickets. But that's just the way it's panned out at the moment. So all to play for in this last session today. John, you say early start and we're 2 sessions in. I know Gabe works evening nights as well. Yes, that's the thing. So whenever they can, I suppose. But it's not the end of the world if they don't cover it. They've got other commitments. But if they can, they can. That's for sure. But, they'll definitely cover it in some sort of way, I think. Maybe do a review or something, or talk about it on Cricket for Americans. Jihan, you say, do you think Hazel would come straight back in for bowling if he's fit? Good question, Jihan. They did say he's going to be ready for that first test, but if Scott Boland does well here, let's just say Scott Boland takes, a bag of wickets or something like that, then it's probably hard to drop Scott Boland if he does well in this test match. So I think it comes down to, is Hazlewood 100% fit? If he's fit, then you play him at edge bastion. You say, right, Josh, you're in the 11. Sorry, Scott, you miss out. But if he is fit and ready and available for selection, then it comes down to what Scott Boland does in this test match, I think. But in saying that, Scott deserves his opportunity and he deserves to be in the 11 and be first choice if that's the case, because he's done really well. But it is a tough decision. But for Australia going into this Ashes series, Jihan, they will rotate their bowlers. I don't see Hazlewood playing all 5. I think Scott Boland, Michael Nessa will have a role to play. So it'll be interesting to see what they do there, Australia. So we'll see. So, Jihan, you say, what is Scott Boland takes wickets and Stark starts bowling pies? Yeah. But I think it'll just come down to rotation, I think, Jihan. I think it will come down to that. I think it will come down to how Australia rotates their bowlers. Because playing 6 test matches, this test match plus 5 in the Ashes, that's not really going to be sustainable. You got to have a rest, or you got to have fresh bowlers. So I think Australia will definitely go back to what they did in 2019, where they rotated their bowlers and played Pattinson and Siddle in that series. Mitchell Starc didn't even play until the 4th test at Old Trafford. And Josh Hazlewood didn't even play the 1st test of that series. Pattinson and Siddle played with Cummins in 2019. So they may do that again. They may do that rotation again where they just rotate their bowlers and do that. Because this Ashes series is so compacted. It's 7 weeks of 5 tests. And plus this Ashes series is very early on in the England summer. It's usually played in July, August. It's played in June. That's never happened before in an Ashes series, I don't think. Anyway, we're back, and Umesh Yadav is into head. Head works it onto the leg side. I think that clipped him on the pad. It did. So a leg bye to begin the last session of the day. So I think that's how they will go in their strategy. So they may employ a 2019 strategy where they rotate, because I think that's going to be the best possible way for Australia to keep their bowlers fresh. They'll definitely play Pat Cummins for all 5 because they will want him to do that. Yadav into Smith. This one defended out to the offside and there's no run. So I hope that answers your question, Jihan. John says, no, it's not an issue. I'd like to see Nick in his Indian cap and Gabe in his baggy green have a little argy-bargy. Can never excuse them of not being entertaining. No, they're definitely entertaining, that's for sure, Nick and Gabe. They do it in their own style, which is good. Be yourself. Not be someone that you're not. And they do that perfectly, They're like the yin and yang of themselves, really. As Yadav's into Smith, this one defended by Smith, and there's no run. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. We'll be streaming a little bit of the last session of this WTC final between Australia and India from the Oval. Yadav into Smith. Smith defends the mid-on, and there's no run. Jihan, you say thoughts on Moeen Ali coming in for Leach, strengths the lower order batting, but Australia won't worry about his bowling. Yes. Well, for England, it was either recall Moeen Ali or choose either Matt Parkinson or the other spinners they tried, or bring in someone else who can fill that void. Yadav into Smith. This one outside off stump. There's no run. Driven to cover. But yeah, Moeen Ali, he will do the team thing. He will put up his hand for Ben Stokes and says, okay, I'll come back. I'll come out of retirement. The only thing is with Moeen Ali is that, is he mentally ready to come back to playing Test cricket? Because he's been retired. He's not playing Test cricket. He hasn't played first-class cricket at all. He's just been playing ODIs and T20s for England and other franchise stuff. That one left outside off stump by Smith, and that's the end of the over. It's the end of the over. It's a pretty good start from Australia at the end of the first over after tea. But it'll be interesting to see what they do. It does definitely strengthen their batting, and Moeen Ali does fit the mould that Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum want their team to play, be attacking, be bold, play with his style of freedom. So he definitely ticks all those boxes. It's just whether or not his mind's in it. He's in it mentally, really, because he's been out of the game for a while. He's announced the retirement, okay, and now he's going to come back for, the injury to Jack Leach. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. This is nicely driven through extra cover for 4 from Travis Head. That was a juicy ball outside off stump, and he dispatched it nicely through extra cover for 4. Or through cover, I should say. That's a nice boundary from Travis Head. He's in good touch. He's looking dangerous at the moment. He really is. And he's definitely going to change this game for Australia. He's definitely the X factor. And Head works this down to long on for a single, and that will be the 100 partnership. 100-run partnership. Round of applause from the Australian dugout. 100-run partnership for Australia off 172 balls. It's been exciting stuff. Good to see Australia counter-attacking and attacking. Mainly Travis Head, but Steve Smith's offered his attacking shots as well. Jadeja in, this one defended by Smith for no run. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes, Moeen Ali. But obviously it was either him or pick an inexperienced spinner, which I don't think England wanted to do, because you want an experienced campaigner that's been there, done that before. And, they tried Dom Bess. Matt Parkinson wasn't really threatening when he bowled and when he made his debut against India, I think it was, at Lord's. Or was it against South Africa that he played in? He didn't look threatening. That's another single there. So I think they've made the right choice to go back to Moeen Ali, that experienced campaigner. But it'll just be interesting to see how he goes. And, he will be definitely up for it. Will Australia attack him in terms of what they did to Jack Leach? I think they'll carry on that same game plan where they'll definitely go after Moeen Ali, definitely put pressure on him, because with Ben Stokes not bowling, and if your spinner's going for runs and being attacked by the Australian batters, then you have to go back to Broad, Anderson, Mark Wood or Robinson or whatever to bowl their second and third and fourth spells. So it'd be interesting to see how Australia approach that in the Ashes. But it'll be interesting. But, he's a team man, Moeen Ali, and he'll do everything he can to help out the team and help out England. And that's what he's done by coming back out of retirement. So as Umesh Yadav continues, this one outside off stump and driven through the covers for 4. It's another boundary for Travis Head. It's boundaries everywhere for Travis Head. And this has been a very good innings from Travis Head. Nicely driven through the covers for 4. Looking ominous for India. Jihan says, Rian Ahmed. They keep saying he's the next Shane Warne. Yeah, well, obviously Shane Warne had a bit of a net session with him, that video that I saw on him. So Warney definitely said this. He can definitely go far. He's already played a test in Pakistan, but it comes down to that experience. He's only played one test. They've tried the other spinners. That hasn't really worked out. So the obvious choice was to go back to someone who was experienced, and that was Moeen Ali. So it'd be interesting to see how he goes, as I mentioned earlier. This one down the leg side by Yadav. Smith got inside the line of this one, but there was an appeal for caught behind, but it was turned down by umpire Illingworth nods his head, says not out. Umashadov, he's been expensive today. Hasn't really hit his straps. And for India now, this is looking pretty ominous. Travis Head's in good full flight. Steve Smith doing Steve Smith things. And the pitch flattening out a little bit. Yadav into Smith. This one just moving away from Smith off the seam, outside off stump. But nicely left by Smith. Straight through to the keeper. And there's no run. John says, I'll be seeing it out. I've just been a carrot cake from the local 7-Eleven and a hot Milo. Well, that's not bad, John. That's a typical Australian drink, a hot Milo. I haven't had a Milo in years, actually. Yadav into Smith. This one keeps a little bit low, but Smith digs it out onto the offside for no run. But it's definitely going to be a long night if you're watching this from Australia, of course, early hours in the morning. Definitely a long night ahead, that's for sure. But it's Test cricket, and obviously many cricket fans will do a lot for Test cricket in terms of their commitment and watching it in the early hours of the morning. This one's short. And pulled away down to fine leg for a single by Smith. It's a short ball there from Yadav. Didn't quite get up. And it's the end of the over. Well, thanks for joining us, everyone. It's great to be back. It's going to be a busy time of it on the podcast. We've got lots of cricket to cover. Looking forward to the Ashes next week, of course. And the Women's Ashes. We'll be covering the Women's Ashes as well. We'll be streaming the Women's Test match. After the first test of the Men's Ashes, the Women's Test match is happening, and it's going to be good to cover that and talk about women's cricket and see how Australia and England will go in their one-off test in the Women's Ashes, of course. And it's good to see the female cricketers playing a lot more Test cricket. And England and Australia, the Women's Ashes, it's sure to be an exciting contest, just as much as the Men's Ashes, as Mohammad Shami's back into the attack. In now, Shami to Smith. This one outside off stump, moving away from Smith off the seam. But Smith watches it go past to the keeper for no run. Good session for Australia in the second session. They'll like to back it up in this third session today. Chris Gaffney from New Zealand. His 49th test match. He's at the non-strikers end. And Richard Illingworth is at square leg. Standing umpires for this final. Third umpire, Richard Kettleborough. Fourth umpire, Kuman Armasina. A lot of experience there. Shami in to Smith. This one outside off stump again. Smith leaves. There's no run. Jihan, you say, I'll be seeing it out. Only 10:20 here. No work tomorrow. That's the spirit, Jihan. That's the spirit. Definitely, I'll be seeing it out as well. Some late nights ahead, that's for sure. If you include the Ashes and if you include this WTC final, it's going to be a lot of days early in the morning, that's for sure. Shabby into Smith. Ooh. This one outside off stump. Smith was unsure whether to leave or play. In the end, he left. There's no run. Good delivery from Shami, just on that outside off stump line. Always ran about that mark, Mohammad Shami. 3 for 184 for Australia. Shami in to Smith, who works it to mid-wicket. It's no run. Smith, 35 of 118. Travis Head, 70 of 81. John, you say 12:43 in Sydney. It will be 3 o'clock finish, but plan for this. Yeah, absolutely, John. Where I'm from, it's probably going to finish around about 2:33 for me. Here in South Australia, of course. Depends where you are in Australia, different times, of course. But I'm sure everyone has planned around it, of course, in their diary. But it's always an Ashes year, of course. Always mark your dates in your diary and say, yep, I'm going to stay up late and watch the test match. This one defended by Smith, and there's no run. Wonderful backdrop, the Oval. Wonderful ground. Jihan, you say time zone in Perth, good for watching away Ashes test. Yes, it is. It's not good if you're in the other states, of course, with the time differences. But in Perth, being behind the rest of the country, it's definitely a lot easier. That's the end of the over. Defended nicely by Smith. Top ball to finish. Well, 4 overs down in this third session today. And thanks, everyone, for joining us. I know it's early hours in the morning, wherever you may be around Australia. But let's hope we have a good last session here. Australia dominating. Certainly that second session. First session, you would say probably around about even. Maybe slightly ahead to Australia. But definitely Australia's second session in that second session of play. London looking splendid in all its sunshine. As we can see on the coverage there, St. Paul's Cathedral, one of the most iconic landmarks of London. And the crowd enjoying what is shaping up to be an exciting test match. Australia 3 for 184. Yadav in to head. This one an outside edge down to third man for a single by head. And into the 56th server. So India, an opportunity for them to get a new ball towards the end of the day's play today. This old ball is 55 overs old, a little bit soft. Pitch is flattening out with the overhead conditions now in bright sunshine. Run rate is 3.35, which is good, healthy run rate. Yadav into Smith. Smith defends to bid off, and there's no run. John, you say length and breadth of the country, the three of us. The three of us. Sorry. Thank you for that, John. Jihan, you say the first test match I attended was at the Oval, day one of the 2001 Ashes. Australia with 324 for 2. Justin Langer got a century. And the War Twins not out at the end. Both went on to get hundreds on day 2. Yes, they did. And Justin Langer was the first time he was opening in Test cricket in that series, really. Mainly batted down the order. Wasn't really an opener. And then he was in and out of the side, came back for that 0-1 series, and he opened the batting with Matthew Hayden and formed a very good partnership, as they did for the rest of their career as an opening partnership. But Australia dominating that 2001 series. They won 4-1 because the test match that Australia lost was at Headingley, where England chased down the runs and Adam Gilchrist was captain because Steve Waugh was injured because he injured his calf and came back for the 5th test and scored that century on basically both his calves torn. That iconic photo of him lying down with his helmet looking up, and that's just typical Steve Waugh there. Gritty fighter, Steve Waugh. This one defended by Smith, and there's no run. And that's also the last time Australia won an Ashes series in England, 22 years ago. So they'll be hoping to break that drought in the series that will begin next week. Yadav in, this one full into the pads of Smith. Smith defends it out to the offside with no run. It's a good over from Yadav, just a single off the first ball. He's backed it up nicely with a good set here in the server. John says, back to Moheen, the run out might be on. Yes. It could be, obviously, if Nick's watching. I know Cricket for Americans, Nick and Gabe reacted to run outs for the last Cricket Tuesday. That's the end of the over. Defended onto the leg side from Smith. It's 3 for 185. Yes, and it was quite an interesting Cricket Tuesday with Nick and Gabe did the run-outs compilation. It's always not nice when you run out someone. Can often lead to confusion, miscommunication, but it's one of those basic things in cricket that you have to really, learn how to run between the wickets. It's such an important thing about batting. So let's see if we have any run-outs in this Ashes series. I think both teams will be aiming not to, but, they happen from time to time. Gian says, Justin Langer got dropped after the 0-1 India tour, batting at 3. Then Ponting got moved from 6 to 3. Shami in, this one short ball. Head doesn't time it. There's no run. And Slater was dropped from the 5th test because he lost form. JL replaced him and started JL Hayden. Yes. And they had a pretty good opening partnership, Justin Langer and Matthew Hayden. And both of them are commentating in this WTC final, along with Ricky Ponting, and part of the commentary team for this final, offering their thoughts on the match. Shami in. This one short, outside off stump, and through the hands of Gully for 4. That went like a tracer bullet. And Ajinkya Rahani's flat on his back on the ground. And that went through his hands. I'm pretty sure he didn't pick it up. It went quick to him at Gully, but it's 4 runs. Travis Head throwing the hands of that wide outside off stump. Let's have a look at this again. This one just outside off stump. Head just went at it, slashed the hands. Outside edge, straight through the hands of Rahane at Gully. Racing away to the third man boundary for 4. Travis Head said, whoa, geez, that went fast, didn't it? Travis Head, it's good to see him batting like this. Just play your own way, Trav. This is how he plays. And it's already changing the momentum of this game. Travis Head is an X factor. And I do see him as that's a single through point for 1 for Travis Head. Moves on to 76. I do see him as an X factor for Australia in this Ashes series because he can come out and do this. This is how he plays. This is how he played in Australia in the last Ashes series. He's reinvented himself. Obviously, I'm a bit biased because he's from South Australia. I'd like to see Travis Head do well and Alex Carey. Good to see some South Australian players doing well. South Australia going through a tough period of late. Shami into Smith. This one an outside edge, but just falling short of Virat Kohli at first slip. Soft hands from Smith. No run. Jihan says, geez, he's so flashy outside the off stump. I can see England packing the slip cordon and gully area and bowling wide at him. Yep. But they didn't. Some teams haven't quite got it right to Travis Head. Certainly last summer, the West Indies and South Africa kept bowling short and wide outside off stump, kept feeding his strength. So England will have to be careful of that as well. Come the Ashes, of course. Inside edge by Smith, down to 5 leg for a single. Steve Smith just signalling that's just coming back in with his hand gesture to Travis Head. That one just coming back in, Trav. So watch out for that. Steve Smith, very superb record in England. Can he go past Jack Hobbs' record for the most Ashes centuries? And it will be only him and Bradman in the top 2. We'll find out in the Ashes series. As this one's on the pads of Head, down the leg side. He works it through mid-wicket for a single. End of the over. It's 3 for 192 after 57. 3 for 192. And Australia going along nicely. India got a lot of questions to ask themselves. Not looking good here at the moment. A little bit ominous. With the way Travis Head's batting, with the way that Steve Smith's batting, it's going to be a long day for India if they don't get any breakthroughs. Jihan says, before there was Bazball, there was Travball. Well, he is sort of playing his own version of Bazball, really. So it's good to see him do what he does, Travis Head. That's his role in this team, and is to go out there when the team's in trouble, and do your job, score runs quickly, and that's what he's doing. He's already 77 off 86. So compare that to Steve Smith, who's 36 of 127. So it's a difference in the strike rates there. Yadav into Head. This one's a short ball. Head mistimes this pull. Hits it straight into the ground. There's no run. Let's just have a look at this again. Banged in short from Yadav. And Travis Head got an under edge on that. Looking to try and cart that over mid-wicket. Didn't quite connect that properly there. John says it's the mustache. It's something about cricketers with mustaches. They always perform better. Yadav into Head. This one down the leg side. Head works it through square leg. We pick up a couple of runs. 3 for 194. Jihan says Head got out like that at a crucial juncture in Delhi in the first innings off Shami. Really unnecessary wicket on a dust ball. Yeah, he was batting so well in that test, and just lost his wicket at the wrong time. But he's really batting well today, Travis said. It's good to see him do well. And for Australia, at least, be hoping that he can go on and get a big score here. And he's capable of doing that, Travis said. He's done that a lot for South Australia, where once he gets in for a big score. Certainly a one-day cricket for South Australia, both making double centuries. This delivery from Yadav kept a little bit low on the pads of Head. He works it behind square on the leg side for a single. The Indian crowd enjoying themselves. Great to see that. Someone playing the saxophone in the crowd there. Enjoying themselves, which is the main thing. That's the important thing. Umesh Yadav in again to Smith. This one outside off stump. Smith leaves. There's no run. Rahul Dravid looking on from the dressing room, looking on and thinking about different strategies, different ways of how India can improve and get wickets in this match. Yadav in again, this one outside off stump, and this one glided nicely through backward point for 4 from Steve Smith. He plays that shot so well where he rocks back on the back foot and glides it through point or backward point. It's another boundary for Steve Smith. Moves on to 40. Australia 3 for 199. That's a very good shot from Smith. Just easing that through through backward point region. Always placed that shot nicely. Smith played it underneath his eyes. Looking comfortable now. Yadav in to Smith. This one outside off stump. Lets it go to the keeper for no run. It's the end of the over. 3 for 199. Well, it's a good start for Australia in this last session. And a lot easier for batting now. The pitch really flattening out. Jihan, you said, I didn't really understand your response to Gideon Haigh when he said he was surprised there wasn't as much. Is that Jihan? As there was that the West Indies are back next summer. That's a single there. 200 up for Australia. Seemed like you were saying, yeah, I was expecting next summer to be rubbish anyway. Is that what you meant? Yeah, I remember that part of our interview, Jihan. Yeah, I was sort of making the point that that this summer coming up in Australia, I'm excited for cricket, of course, obviously, but I was trying to make the point that I wasn't really excited by what's to come because we already played the West Indies the following summer. That's just gone, and obviously we played them again for 2 tests. We probably know what the result's going to be. You probably think Australia would do well against Pakistan. So I was just saying that, this summer, it doesn't feel like, the excitement levels are probably, is what I meant, really. About, are we excited for this summer coming up? That's probably what I was trying to say. I hope that answers your question there, Jihan, as that's a single there from Smith. Behind screen on the leg side for 1, 200 up for Australia. Cameron Green waiting with his pads on. He's waiting intently. He's had a pretty good run of form of late. Cameron Green's done pretty well. So if you're listening, Jihan, I hope that's answered your question. So what I was trying to say was that it's just the excitement level, that's all. I'm excited for cricket, of course, but, we've already played the West Indies and they've been struggling for some time. So that's a boundary there from Travis Head. A top edge racing down to third man for 4. So that's what I meant, really, just the excitement factors. And I think some people will be the same as well because Pakistan can be up and down and the West Indies are struggling. And Australia are probably going to be the strongest, team out of those 2 series. So it's not really much excitement, really, when it comes to next summer, of course. But I suppose that's just the way cricket is at the moment with the way that everyone's playing at the moment. What a shot from Travis Head. He just glided that nicely over the top of the slips for 6. Chris Gaffney raises both hands. This is exceptional batting from Travis Head. He races to 91. Just that uppercut, just using the pace, got underneath it. No third man. It's really good to see Travis Head play like this. I think players should embrace their own style or their own personality. I think we get caught up with wanting players to play a certain way. With Travis Head, this is how he plays. Just go out there, have fun. And that's what England have sort of done with Bazball and their own philosophy with Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes. It's really refreshing. As Shami in, last ball is over. And Head works it through front of point, forward point for a single to end the over. It's the end of the over. It is 3 for 212. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. I know not many people are viewing at this time in the morning, but it's good to have some company here, especially when you're doing a live stream by yourself. But we're having a good chat. That's what it's all about, having fun, chatting about cricket, enjoying ourselves. And that's the main thing, isn't it? John, you say you can't really cheer a batter with a high strike rate, then criticize when the wheels fall off. It's live by the sword proposition. It is, but Travis said he scores his runs so quickly. He's already 92 off 93. It's a run a ball, basically. It's been pretty good at the moment here, Travis said. The Indian bowlers tiring a bit. It's been a long day. They haven't played much Test cricket. It's been 2 months of IPL bowling in 4 overs. So they're just starting to show a little bit of fatigue, a little bit of tiredness. And the pitch is pretty good now. It's flattening out. Yadav in. This one into the pads of Travis Head. Works it through square leg for a single. This will be a very good century from Travis Head if he can get there. He's only 7 runs away. I'm not going to put the mockers on him. I hope he does get to 3 figures. It's been a very entertaining knock. Jihan, you say, so not an exciting summer coming up pretty much. Yes, to say, Jihan, I hope Pakistan compete the day-night test at the Gabba a few years ago was pretty good. Yes, it was. They nearly chased down 400. I remember that test match well in 2016-17. They nearly got the runs. It wasn't until Mitchell Starc got the few wickets on the last day. And, Australia won that test match and went on to win that series. But, yes, the day-night test will be at the Gabba this year, won't be at the Adelaide Oval, which I know some people in Adelaide are not happy about that. It's just the way the schedule is this summer, because it is a late start to the summer. Because of the World Cup in October, November. So that's why it's a late start. So traditional test match in Adelaide against the West Indies, and then obviously day-night test at the Gabba. And then you have Melbourne and Sydney, of course, as Yadav's in. Smith, this one outside off stump, and there's no run. Smith leaves comfortably. You say, Jihan, this is cafeteria bowling. Yes, to say, Jihan, the slow tennis ball bounce is making the uppercut a better option than the pull shot that he kept mistiming. He's just used the pace well there, Travis said. Just got underneath it nicely and able to use the pace of the surface as Yadav's into Smith. This one full and driven down the ground for 4. A glorious shot from Steve Smith. That's a nice on drive. 4 runs. And the Australian crowd waving their flags. Oh, that's a good shot. Well balanced from Smith. What a shot. Jeez, showing the full face of the bat, showing the maker's name as you're taught in the MCC coaching manual, which I don't think many people have anymore. I think it's a bit of a rarity to get the old MCC coaching manual. But that's textbook from Smith as Yadav's in. This one on the pads of Smith. Smith defends. And there's no run. John, you say problem is outside of India and England. The rest have become rubbish. Being the Kiwis over for a full series, who else might we host? Well, that's the thing, John. I think that's the problem. I think, world cricket at the moment, it's not in a good place in terms of how it's run and how it's governed. Glorious. Absolutely glorious from Smith. Through mid-wicket for 4. He races to 49. It's 3 for 221. And the runs are starting to flow for Australia. Danger signs for India. This partnership's getting out of control. Nicely balanced from Smith. Hit over the ball. Good timing. Quick outfield here at the Oval. It's always a lightning outfield, this ground. Through mid-wicket for 4. 51 runs in 9 overs. Make sure, a bit off. There we go. 5.67 runs per over in this session. So it's definitely the best session. Usually the last session of the day, the bowlers get a bit tired. Pitch gets a little bit better for batting. Ball a lot softer. We've seen in this 9 overs thus far, that's been the case. Going back to your question there, John, yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem we face in world cricket, that all different teams are struggling, apart from Australia, India, and England. So we need to do more in that area in terms of helping those countries out that are struggling. That's a matter for the people in charge of international cricket, the ICC, to handle. So this one's an outside edge from head, played away from his body off Shami, down to third man for 1. So I think that's what me and Gideon Haigh discussed in our discussion recently when we talked about the state of international cricket. There's a lot of problems that need to be addressed and fixed. The future looks a little bit uncertain when it comes to international cricket, especially Test cricket. There's been a lot of people talking about that. And as Shami's in now to Smith, who defends down to mid-on. There's no run. That's just the way it is. You are going to have more one-sided games, as we've seen in the past. which is a shame. You want to see everyone competitive and have a good contest of it. We got Australia 3 for 222, to quote Richie Beno. And they're going along nicely, Australia. It's really a good session here. Jihan, you said what a shot from Smith. Perfect drive, on drive. Yeah, it was. Nicely balanced, showing the full face of the bat, maker's name. Quality from Smith. Dot ball from Smith here, defended to the onside. The Australian team looking on. They're about to get ready for the moment where Travis Head will eventually bring up another test entry. 94 of 95. Jihan, you said, I can hear Bill Laurie getting excited about that shot in my head. Absolutely, Jihan. If Bill was commentating, he would be up and about. Bill still going strong, Bill, in his 80s. Enjoying his retirement. One of the legends of cricket commentary. And a very good player. We often forget that about Bill Laurie. A very good opener. And made a very good century at Lords in 1961 in the Battle of the Ridge Test, where he got battered and bruised by Brian Statham and Fred Truman. And Neil Harvey was captain in that test, actually, because Richie Beno was out with injury with his shoulder and then came back for the third test. And Australia won the series and retained and got the Ashes back. Shabby in to Smith, who defends, and there's no run. But, Bill Laurie, great enthusiasm when he was commentating the game, of course. John says, South Africa really worries me. Yeah, they've struggled a bit, South Africa. In the next cycle, this next 4-year cycle, they don't play much test cricket at all, which is a shame. As this one's left outside off stump by Smith. Sees it through to the keeper for no run. It's 3 for 222. Yeah, they're another team that's struggling as well, South Africa. And we saw last summer the problems that they have. They've got a good bowling attack. It's just their batting is very poor. And we saw that last summer when they played the 3 tests here in Australia. And it's sad because South Africa they're one of the oldest countries in test cricket. They're one of the 3 old, Australia, England, South Africa are the 3 oldest teams in world cricket. So that is a concern. So it just comes back to what I said before, John, is that, we need to sit down as a cricketing community internationally and work out these problems and issues. Will that ever happen? I'm not sure that will happen because the ICC don't tend to want to try and help and grow the game at the moment. It's just, it's an easy solution. It's easier said than done to do that. But in practice, it's very difficult to do that. So it's a concern. It's a concern. You want to see everyone do well. And South Africa and the West Indies and other countries who are struggling, you want to see them do well. And that's not the case, which is sad. Jihan, you say Smith has put to bed the notion that you need a great technique to survive the moving ball in England. He's shown his funky technique can combat it too. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, a short ball there from Siraj, and Travis Head was flat on his back. A bit of aggression from Mohammad Siraj. He's really improved, Siraj, as a test bowler over the last few years. He's taken a few wickets. He's really done well. Let's have a look at this. Oh, Travis Head. Saw that whizzing past his head, flat on his back. I think that's woken up Travis Head. Mohammad Siraj bending his back late in the day. Yep. Here we go. Siraj again. He could go another short ball here. He's in now to Head. Goes short again. Head pulls through mid-wicket. The sweeper out there in the deep will cut it off for a couple of runs. Ooh. Vicious short ball there from Siraj. John, you say, if only Smudge was a Victorian, I'm channeling the 12th man. The 12th man, very funny. Billy Birmingham. Very funny on those tapes. Siraj. Travis Head, 4 away from a century. Another short ball. Head mistimes his pull shot. I'm pretty sure it did hit him on the helmet. Travis Head looks okay. I think he's going to be checked out by the physio and the doctor. These days with concussion, you can never be too careful. So he's going to be checked out. Travis Head here again. Another short ball from Siraj. Head not really timing this pull shot, just early with the shot. And that one just brushing the helmet and the neck. He's okay. And having a chat with the doctor and the physio as you do whenever you have these concussion tests. Well, so far so good for Australia in this last session. I would say that Australia will be very happy with the progress that they're making at the moment. Jihan, your comment. You say, not sure if this is true, but I've heard on a podcast yesterday that Australia are only playing 6 away tests in the next 4 years or something. This is worrying. Surely Test cricket is going to die if only 3 teams care. Yeah, that's really. I didn't hear that, Jihad. Thanks for that. Yeah, I'm not sure how many tests Australia will play in the next few years. Excuse me. That is a concern if that's the case. And that's the problem that Test cricket faces in the next few years. So we've got to do something about it. You know, there is a problem. There's many problems, many things that needs to be solved and fixed. It's an easy thing for the ICC just to come together and, you know, do what's best for the game for the greater good. But they haven't done that. And whenever there's money and greed involved, everyone cares about themselves. And that's the case with any business or sport where there's money concern. And that's the case in cricket. We've seen that. We need to put that aside and think about the game's interests. And, you know, Test cricket's oldest format. And it was cricket's original form of cricket, of course, because that's how you played cricket back in the day. You know, you played this form of cricket as we know as Test cricket today. So we've got to do everything we can to preserve it. And hopefully this WTC final would, you know, resonate that with everyone, that Test cricket is still the pinnacle. And Steve Smith even talked about it at his press conference before this match. He talked about the future and he talked about, you know, it is a bit uncertain, but I hope it's here to stay in the years to come. Travis Head looks okay after that hit to the head. This one defended by Smith. There's no run. Yes, say Jihan, those 3 teams would just keep winning at home. Ashes in England may be competitive, but everything else would be predictable before the series even starts. Yeah. Yes, say Jihan, gee whiz. Similar spot to Philippines. Yeah. That it sort of was, wasn't it? Yeah. But it's good to see Travis Head okay. That's the main thing. And Smith brings up his half century onto the onside. 50 for Steve Smith. Of 144 balls, a typical Steve Smith innings. Batting, anchoring the innings. It's 3 for 226. Good to see Steve Smith getting some runs ahead of what will be a big Ashes series for him. He's got a smile on his face, bit of a fist pump to Travis Head. Jihan, he says he seems okay though. Yeah, he is. He seems okay. He's moving well and talking and in good spirits, which is good. But it's always unpleasant whenever you see someone like that. I remember when Steve Smith got hit by Jofra Archer. That just took me straight back to Philip Hughes immediately. And thank goodness Smith got up and only got concussion. It's always not nice whenever you see someone get hit, especially around the head area, of course, with concussion these days. This one left outside off stump by by Smith, and there's no run. Well, thanks everyone for joining us. And we are seeing a very good session by Australia. So if you're an Australian fan, like myself, you'll be very happy with how Australia are going. It's a good session. John says, I didn't realise how close the BCCI and the ICC are. That was an eye-opener for me, going by Gideon's remarks. Yeah, I think everyone's known that for some time, John. Everyone's made that comparison and made those remarks. Obviously, Gideon knows more about that than I do, obviously. I'm no expert in terms of how the game's governed and all that stuff. I just focus on how the cricketers are going about their business and talk about that and talk about the history of the game. That's all I care about, and let the other people deal with their governance sort of things. But yeah, it was very interesting to hear Gideon talk about that, and what were the problems at the moment that are facing the game. This one's worked through third man for a couple of runs from Smith, picks up 2. But and that's the thing, really. So we've got a lot of problems that we need to sort out. We need to have a discussion, need to have a chat about that, and sort these problems out before they get out of hand. Maybe they've already gotten out of hand, and there's no solution to fix these problems that have already arisen, which is the concern that we're facing at the moment. Shami in, this one left outside off stump by Smith, and there's no run. Jihan says, some very excited fans at the Oval there. I'm freezing myself in Perth at the moment, but we'll be in Bali tomorrow. Should be warm. Would be, Jihan. It's very cold and miserable. But let's hope the cricket can warm our spirits. So
One sec. I don't see a miserable in your comment.
Oh, sorry about that. So let's hope that the summer can come around very quickly, because it's always good when it's summertime in Australia, nice and warm and not cold. That one nicely worked by Smith through square leg for a single. That's Chris Gale. Chris Gale watching the test match, Universe Boss, on his phone at the moment, but watching the test match. Had a pretty good test career, Chris Gale, scored a triple century. And was very good in T20 cricket, as we know, for a lot of years for the West Indies and other franchises he played for around the world. Watching the test match. Shami in now, last ball from him. This one short outside off stump. Head works it through mid-wicket for a single. He will move to 98. End of the over, 3 for 230. 3 for 230 after 63 overs. India have an opportunity for a new ball, which they will want to take straight away. This ball at the moment, 63 overs old, not really doing much. Jihan. So I used to joke about the ICC being the BCCI in disguise, going back to the bans for ball tampering and over-appealing being overturned in South Africa back in 2001, then the Harbhajan Simons affair. But it's now more obvious than ever. And Siraj, to continue, he will bowl to Head. This one, a flash from Travis Head outside the off stump from Siraj, and there's no run. Travis Head, he will want to get it done quickly. He's only 3 runs away from what will be a very good century for him and for Australia. .98 off 101, 2 runs away from what will be a very impressive century, Travis Head. They've got protection back, India on the rope. They've got 4 fielders behind square on the offside. They've got the third man and fine leg. They've also got a deep backward square leg and a deep backward point. Because I know Travis Head will try and play that uppercut shot again. They've got a square leg, 2 fielders on the leg side, mid on, mid off. Siraj in, this one a short ball. In the air, races behind square, down to that fielder at third man for a single. Travis Head, 99. 1 run away from what will be a very impressive century from Travis Head. And I really think Travis Head's going to have a big Ashes series. The last Ashes series rightly deserved to be the Crompton-Miller medalist, which is the award given to the player of the series in an Ashes series, named after 2 very good cricketers from England and Australia. Dennis Crompton, very accomplished batter, and Keith Miller, one of the best all-rounders that Australia's ever had. So Travis Head, I think he's going to have a big series in this Ashes series. I'm looking forward to what he can do. Steve Smith on strike now. It's Siraj. This one into the pads of Smith. Smith defends to mid-on for no run. Jihan, you say Chris Gale is only one of 4 players who have scored 2 triple centuries in Test cricket. Can you name the other 3? Yes, I can, Jihan. One of them is Don Bradman. The other one is Brian Lara. And the other one is Vrinder Sehwag. Those are the other 3 that have done it. And Chris Gale's one of them as well. So Bradman, Lara, and Sehwag are the other 3. Siraj, this one short one from Smith. Ducks underneath it. There's no run. Tell me if I'm correct, Jihan. I'm pretty sure I'm 100% correct. Because Bradman scored 2. Scored one in 1930 at Headingley, obviously the 334. And then he scored another 300 in 1934 at Headingley as well. So, yep. I knew it was 100%. I do my research, Jihan. Yeah, they're the only 4 to do it. You say, Jihan, nice answer. League company to be in, isn't it? Yeah, pretty good players. Especially if you're Bradman, just a freak, really. And obviously it's quite fitting that this match is played at the Oval because this is where Don Bradman played his last innings. And it's a quite interesting fact about that. That's a no ball there from Siraj. Obviously 1948, last innings for Bradman at the Oval. Got out to a duck by Eric Hollies, Mr. Googly, basically. And apparently at the time, I think Bradman went into the dressing room and he said, gee whiz, fancy doing a thing like that. Just missing a straight ball. Overstepping there, Siraj. Bowled a few no balls today, India. Got to really keep that foot behind the line. Yes, they're the only 4 to do it. Lara got his 400 and he got his 375. I'm not sure at the top of my head the 2 innings that Sehwag got, but Bradman got 2 as well, and then obviously Chris Gale. So, which is it's not an easy feat to do, to score 2 triple centuries. Depends on game situation and that. John says, off the top of my head, I'll say Bradman, Lara. Yep. Right there, John. That's correct. That's the end of the over. Jihan used to say, and Gales were against Maminos. One was against Sri Lanka and Gaul, and the other against South Africa. Yes, well, Bradman scored both of his against England, of course, and especially back in the days where, the game was vastly different to what it is now. Different conditions, uncovered pitches. To score 300 on an uncovered pitch at Headingley in 1948, which is going to be one of our historical series episodes for this Ashes series, because I did do the research on that famous Invincibles of 1948, and an incredible team that, led by Don Bradman, went through an entire tour without losing a game. Their record speaks for themselves. So I'll be doing that as a historical series episode for the Ashes, of course. Chamois in to Head. This one on the leg stump. Head worked it straight to the fielder behind square at backward square leg. Didn't quite get it past him for that single. He's on 99, Travis Head. 1 run away from another Test century. 99 off 103. If many of the game's great batsmen were here today, Don Bradman, for example, he'll be saying, what is this sort of cricket? Batsmen scoring at almost better than a run of ball. It's a completely different game, that's for sure. Chamois in, this one a short ball. Ooh. What a delivery from Chamois. That one just brushed past Travis Head's face. His both feet were off the ground and Chamois bending his back, being aggressive here. Yeah, Travis Head, he didn't play that well. Very important to keep your eyes on the ball and not turn away, and also dip your hands as well. Get your gloves out of the way as well. That's the important thing when you're playing the short ball. Here we go. Mohamed Chamois, Travis Head, 99. Got protection on the leg side. Chamois in, this one short from Head. He pulls it straight to that fielder at square leg. That's right, Jihan. He got 309 runs in a day. Yep. 309 he scored in a day, 1930. And that's where he scored 974 runs in that Ashes series in 1930. So not that different to a run-up ball, that's for sure. Chamois in to Head, 99. This one short, he pulls into the air, behind square on the leg side, through to backwards square leg. It's a century for Travis Head. He brings it up in style with a boundary. It's with a single, I should say, sorry, my mistake. And what a superb century from Travis Head. 100 off 106. He raises his bat. He takes off his helmet, kisses the badge, and he acknowledges the crowd in the Australian dressing room. It's been a fantastic knock from Travis Head. Brings it up. And this has been a superb century from Travis Head. He's definitely changed the course of this match for Australia. And what an innings from Travis Head. It's been a very... Chris Gale will be very happy about that, that's for sure. Universe boss. Chamois into Smith. This one flies over the keeper of Bharat and will race away for 4 byes. And Chris Gaffney signals 4 byes. And Bharat was not going to catch that one. That was way sailing over his head. But Travis Head, that shot to bring it up, pulled it to the leg side, brought it up, brought up another Test century. Well played, Travis Head. A terrific knock. Jihan, you said back and across, Head, use the pace. Good advice. Chamois in now to Smith, defends to the onside. It's no run. Jihan, you said Head's looking a bit vulnerable against the short stuff. You think England would take note? I think everyone's vulnerable against the short ball in some sort of capacity. Look at what happened with Bradman. It was during the 1930 Test at the Oval where Douglas Jardine watched that bit of footage and he saw Bradman flinch. And he said, we've got him. And obviously body line happened. So I think England would do their research and they'll definitely look at that. It's sort of the same with Steve Smith. Everyone targeted him with the short stuff, a few years ago. I remember when New Zealand were out and they targeted him with the short stuff and it's the end of the over. It's 3 for 238. And Smith looked comfortable against it, but they'll definitely plan with that. Every batter does have a vulnerability with the short ball. So he didn't play it comfortable there, Travis Head, but it's important just to make sure you practice it in the nets, of course. That's one of the things today with helmets. It's sort of taken that fear factor out of playing a really good pull shot or a hook shot. I know Nick and Gabe from Cricket for Americans reacted to that masterclass that Ian Chappell did on playing the hook shot. So you've got to really be confident that you can pull and hook. So players of yesteryear without helmets, they had that fear factor, but they got in such good positions to play those shots. Whereas today with batters, they get into an awkward position, they get hit just because of the helmets these days. So it'd be interesting to see what they do in the Ashes, but they'll definitely look at that. They'll definitely look at the footage, as many teams do. John says, I don't know how true, but my understanding is that Bradman didn't realize how many he needed to get the 100 average. That's right, John. He didn't know. He didn't know. And even if he did know, I think he would still play it the same way. So it is true that he didn't know that he needed 4 runs to average 100. But it was unfortunate to end that way. But oh well, he had a pretty good career, didn't he? Played 52 tests, 6,996 runs, averaging 99.94. Yeah, pretty good career. Dot ball to begin this over from Siraj to head. There's no run. Yes, to say John Bradman, don't hit the ball in the air. That's right. That's right. Bit of a trivia question for everyone. Who was the first Test batsman to hit the first Test 6? A bit of a trivia question for those who are watching. So who was the first batsman in Test cricket history to hit the first ever 6 in Test cricket? Travis Head works this down to fine leg for a single. I'll give you a clue. He's from Australia, and he was an Australian captain, and he won a few Ashes series as captain in his time when he led the side. He was the one who hit the first 6. So for those who are listening, a bit of a trivia question. Who was the first ever batsman in Test cricket to hit the first Test 6? So giving you a bit of a clue there. He's from Australia. He was an Ashes winning captain. He was captain of Australia. Very fine player. So that's a bit of a clue there. Speaking about 6s and not hitting the ball up in the air, and I think how the game has changed from when the game was played in the early days as Siraj continues. That was a single, 3 for 239. Siraj into Smith. This one defended onto the leg side for no run. Jihan says everyone will be vulnerable against the short ball with 10 slips, 10 leg slips. Yeah. You would be. Well, especially facing England's bowlers and body line, you would be, it would have been very, very scary facing that. Harold Larwood, I should say. I heard the other day on the final word with Adam Collins and Jeff Lemon. I think it was Bharat Sundaresan. He was on there with Jeff Lemon, and he said that Harold Larwood bowled 564 miles per hour, which is very quick. But I don't think he was able to bowl that fast. Siraj in again to Smith, who defends to mid-on. It's no run. John says, surprise is the key to the chin music. It is. It is. You want to really surprise the batsman with a good short ball. But you really got to get it up to where it's, sort of that head, neck, armpit sort of region. That's where you really want to target the batter. With a good short ball. Keep them honest. Now, so going back to our trivia question, who was the first Test batsman to hit a 6 in Test to hit the first ever Test 6? He's from Australia. He's an Ashes winning captain, He comes from South Australia, played for South Australia for many years, and one of South Australians' first Test captains to captain Australia. And that's a boundary to end the over from Smith. It's the end of the over. 3 for 243. He's quite well known, the chap that who hit the first 6 in Test cricket. And back in the old days, the law was that you had to hit the ball out of the ground. You had to hit it out of the ground completely for a 6. Whereas these days, you just have to hit it over the boundary and then it's 6. But back in the old days, when this particular gentleman hit the first 6, you had to hit it out of the ground. And he certainly did that. I'll give you another clue. It was at the Adelaide Oval. So it was at the Adelaide Oval where he hit the first 6. And this is we're talking the early era of the game. So we're talking the 1900s, around about that era. Jihan, to answer your question. So if you know your Australian cricket history, you would know this. So, okay. So he played in the 1800s, 1900s for Australia. He captained Australia. He played for South Australia, became the second South Australian to captain Test cricket for Australia. Hit the first 6 at the Adelaide Oval, which was an Ashes Test. And he was well known, as that's a boundary there from Travis Head. That's a nice boundary there. So who is he? We'll get your guesses in, and then we'll reveal the answer. He's quite well known. He played in a very good era of Australian cricket. He played in the golden age of cricket, as we say in historical terms. He captained Australia to a few Ashes series in England. Won a few series, lost a few series as well. Quite well known in South Australia as well. Another short ball from Shami. Head doesn't quite reach this, and there's no run. John says, I had to Google, so I can't say that will be cheating. John says, jet fighters manage that speed, so think not. Yeah, I don't think Harold Lyle was able to bowl 564 miles per hour. Jihan, Victor Trumper. And Jihan, you say Joe Darling. Jihan, you are correct. It was Joe Darling. Hit the first ever Test 6 at the Adelaide Oval. I have to look back at my notes because one of our historical series episodes, what we're going to do throughout this Ashes series is that we're going to look back at all the Ashes captains that captained Australia and England in Ashes cricket. And obviously doing the research for that, obviously with Joe Darling, when I came to him in the 1800s, because we're going to do it in different eras, 1800s, 1900s, up until the 2000s, of course. And he was the first one who hit the first ever Test 6 at the Adelaide Oval. And you had to hit it out of the ground in those days. And, no television, no film back in those days. It must have been a very big hit from the center of the Adelaide Oval over the pavilion, over the stand. But he hit it out of the ground. He was credited 6 runs, and that's the first 6. No, it wasn't Billy Murdoch, Jihan. You got it right. It was Joe Darling. So I'll just get that up and in my notes here that I did on that part of Joe Darling. He won a few Ashes series for Australia and did quite well. Captain Australia a bit. He did take over from Billy Murdoch. Interesting fact about Billy Murdoch, Jihan. Interesting that you brought him up there. He actually played a Test match for England, in 1890. After he finished up playing for Australia, he played one Test in England because he lived in England after, he finished playing with Australia. Went over to England, played one Test for them. So he's actually played a Test for England and Australia. But he only played one Test, and that was towards the end of his career. Back in the 1800s. Billy Murdoch. He was a wicketkeeper and a batsman as well, but he had to go to batting full time, obviously, because of Jack Blackham in the side, who was the preferred keeper over, Australia's only designated keeper. And that's the end of the over. And that will be drinks. So going back to the Joe Darling 6. So he was the first batter. So Jihan, you got that right, to hit a 6. It was in 1898 during the test match at the Adelaide Oval between Australia and England. He was the first one that hit the first 6. 1898. So it's over 100 or so years ago, which is quite staggering when you think about it. 125 years ago that happened. So well done, Jihan. Correct. A point for you there. Yes, to say Jihan. Oh, I was just guessing Australian captains. Well, you got it right. Captain Australia for a few games there, Joe Darling. John says 500 plus miles per hour. That would leave a mark. It would. Definitely leave a mark, that's for sure. And also another question as well. Drinks here, Australia 3 for 247. Another interesting question, or trivia question, everyone. Now the Oval. Is one of the oldest test grounds in England. And that's been well documented in the lead up to this WTC final. So for those who are listening, here's a trivia question for everyone. If you can name all of the test grounds in England and their year of when they hosted their first test match. So there's been how many test venues in England? So there's 10 test venues in England. So 10 test venues that have hosted test cricket in England. So for those who are still listening or with us, can you name all 10 and the year of their first test? I'll give you a bit of a clue. The Oval, well, is the oldest. That's a bit of a clue there. So if you can name all the venues, if you can try and name the years as well, Jihan, but you say, but not the years, but I can give a good crack at the venues. All right, Jihan, see how your knowledge is. There's 10 test venues in England. Can you name all 10 of them? Obviously, one of them is the Oval. Can you name the other 9? That's our trivia question. Well, pretty much England and the UK, John. So that's including Wales as well. So it's not including Scotland. It's including England and Wales for the test venues across the UK, John. So that will give you a bit of a clue. I'm not going to reveal too much. So there's 10 of them. They've all hosted a test. At least one. Jihan. You say the Oval, Lords, Trent Bridge, Old Trafford, Headingley, Chester-Lee Street, Cardiff. Yeah, pretty much spot on there, Jihan. You need 3 more. The Rose Bowl, yes. Southampton has hosted Test cricket. It hosted the last WTC final. So you need another 2, Jihan. Another 2. Nearly there, Jihan. Nearly there. Another 2 grounds you need. Shadow Tucker back into the attack. He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end into Smith. This one full outside off stump. Smith leaves and there's no run. Yes, Jihan. Edge Bastion, correct. There's one more you're still missing, Jihan. And that's a no ball from Tucker. He's bowled a few no balls today, Shadow Tucker. He's got to keep that foot behind the line. Yep. It's just not good enough from Tucker there. Keep that foot behind the line. So you got most of them, Jihan. There's going to be one that's going to test you. I'll give you a bit of a clue. It has hosted an Ashes test. Yeah, missing one. All right, Jihan, I'll give you a bit of a clue. This test venue is in Yorkshire. It's in Sheffield. Only played one test, and that was in 1902. So think about that, Jihan. So 1902, Yorkshire, Sheffield. Now, obviously, you named one. That's Headingley, of course, but there's another venue in Yorkshire that hosted Test cricket. This one outside of Stump Smith leaves. There's no run. So you got one more left. You named most of them. So there's one left. Hosted a test in 1902 between England and Australia. It was the only Ashes test. It was only a test match that it hosted in its whole entire history. Yeah, that's, you say, oh, that's why I'm not getting it. Sheffield Oval? Not quite, Jihan. Not quite. Has another name. Hosted a test in 1902. It's not the Sheffield Oval, but it's in Sheffield. It's in Yorkshire. Hosted one test in 1902, which was between England and Australia. I'll give you a bit of a clue. It starts with B. B. So the first name of the ground starts with B. The second name is L. You are correct, Jihan. It's Bramble Lane. Correct. Another point. Well done. And that one's flicked nicely for a mid-wicket for 4 from from Steve Smith. Bramble Lane. Yep, hosted a test match in 1902, Jihan. That's the only ground that most people would forget because it only hosted one test in 1902. And actually, it was the same year as Edgbaston hosted its first test. So I'll go through all the test grounds in England and I'll explain the years as well. I'll do that. So you say, Jihan, I got the 9 used at least in the last 20 years. Yeah, you have, but it's just that one that you won't quite get because most people would forget it. It's sort of like with the Brisbane Exhibition Ground in Brisbane, where Don Bradman made his test debut in 1928-29. Most people in Australia forget about that ground. That's often the most forgotten test ground in Australia. It only hosted 2 tests back in the day. Another couple of runs for Smith onto the leg side. So we'll go through all the test grounds and the years that they were established in after this over. But well done, Jihan. You got 9 of them and just only missed out on one there. Bramble Lane. That's it. Up there in Yorkshire and Sheffield. And we'll go through them. Yes, so Jihan, I can't believe 18 counties, there's only been 10 test venues. Yeah, I suppose that's the same in Australia as well. We've only got 12. Oh, this one an inside edge, nearly back onto the stumps from Smith. And gets away with it. End of the over. It is 3 for 254. Yes, say Jihan, Cardiff took way too long to get test status, in my opinion. It's such a good ground, isn't it, Cardiff? Hosted a few Ashes tests, of course. That memorable test in 2009 where Panesar and Anderson held on and Ricky Ponting wasn't happy about the time wasting. One of those iconic Ashes moments. Yes, say Jihan and Canterbury should have hosted a test match. Yes, the Kent ground. Unique with the tree on the boundary. And when I talked to Richard Harrison, you know, he had some good stories to tell about his time in Kent. Changing the bowling, Jadeja back into the attack. Yes, say Jihan, they played all women's tests there, but not one men's test. Yeah, I guess that's the thing, I suppose. You know, I guess it's a thing in history where you just have certain grounds and you just stick with those grounds for a period of time. Jadeja back into the attack with his left arm spin. All right, so we'll go through all the test grounds in England. So I've got it in front of me here. So the Oval, where we are today, the Oval hosted its first ever test match in 1880. And 4 years later, it was Lord's, Old Trafford in 1884, 1899 was Headingley and Trent Bridge. 1902 was Bramble Lane and Edgbaston. 2003 was the Riverside in Durham. 2009 was Sophia Gardens, which is in Cardiff in Wales. And the Rose Bowl, which is Southampton, was in 2011. So those are the years of the test grounds there in England, all 10 of them and all their years. Dot ball there from Jadeja. Travis Head trying to work that onto the offside, onto the onside, and there's no run. So there you go, a bit of a history lesson there. So the Oval is the oldest ground in England. It hosted its first ever test in 1880. And then Lords and Old Trafford were 4 years later. That's a single there from Head. So there you go, a bit of a history lesson there. It's always good to learn about the history of cricket. So hopefully you've learned something new. And I've also got another fact about the Oval as well. I was going to save it for the Ashes, but seeing that we're here right now, I might as well talk about it. Smith advances down the wicket, high into the air, over the fielder at deep mid-off. It will go into the rope for 4. Didn't quite time that, Smith, but nonetheless, he gets away with it. 4 runs. Jihan, you say, I lived around the corner from the Kent ground. That's where I grew up. My street was called Elam, close after Alan Neil. Well, that's good to know there, Jihan. All right, so the other interesting fact I've got about the Oval. Now, the Oval's hosted many historical moments, as we know. Don Bradman's last innings, of course, was here in 1948. It's where Sir Len Hutton broke the record of 364 in 1938. This one driven nicely through the covers from Smith, outside off stump for 4. The runs are flowing for the Australians. And that's what I wanted to touch on. I was going to save it for the Ashes, but seeing that we're here, I might as well just talk about it now. Now, in 1938, Sir Len Hutton, one of England's finest opening batsmen, one of England's first professional captains, won a couple of Ashes series in 1953 and 1954-55. That's the end of the over from Jadeja. It's 3 for 263. Now, it is interesting when he broke the record at the Oval in 1938. Now, many people say that he broke Don Bradman's record. Now, we all know Bradman had the record of 334 in 1930. That is correct. But technically, it wasn't Len Hutton. He didn't break Bradman's record. Someone else broke the record and went past Bradman before Len Hutton did. But seeing that it's Don Bradman, we often say that Len Hutton went past Bradman's record because it's Bradman and it was a significant score, but that's not entirely true. Someone else broke the record before Len Hutton did. So if you're in the chat, it's another cricket trivia question there. Who broke the record before Len Hutton did? And it's often forgotten. We often overlook it in cricket history when we refer to that moment, because it was a significant moment. He batted for more than 13 hours, Len Hutton, on that occasion. And it was a very courageous innings. And a single there from Travis Head. And rightly deserved to break the record, of course, because he had that opportunity. But someone else broke the record. So technically, he didn't break Bradman's record. He went past his score of 334, but someone else broke his record, broke Bradman's record 3 years after he set the record in 1930. So who was it? Who was the batsman who broke Bradman's record before Len Hutton did? Now, if you have a good memory of the highest test scores in Test cricket history, then you would know who would have broken Bradman's record before Len Hutton. So it's an interesting question there. So the particular batsman in question played for many years. He captained his country. He had a very prolific test series in Australia in the 1920s. Scored over 800 runs. One of the batters in Ashes cricket to be up there in the list of terms of most runs in an Ashes series. And Alistair Cook went past his record in 2010-11 during that tour of Australia. So he's from England. He captained England. He was a very good batsman. He scored over 7,000 test runs, averaging 50. So who is this batsman who broke Don Bradman's record? If you're there in the chat, another trivia question for you there. As this one's a dot ball from Head, defended nicely by Travis Head. Well, it's been a good day for Australia, 3 for 265. India will be hoping to get a wicket here if they can. This partnership's been exceptional. Takorian to Head, tries to work this onto the leg side, but doesn't time it, goes out to the offside instead, but no run. So another trivia question there. Who was the batsman that broke Don Bradman's record before Len Hutton? Quite prolific batsman. Played for England in the 1920s, or late 1920s through the 1930s and 40s. Very prolific player, of course. Had a pretty good record. This one driven by Head to cover, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 70 overs are done. It's 3 for 265. Australia, 3 for 265 after 70 overs. It's been a very good last session for them. And for India, not really the session that they wanted. They wanted to get a few breakthroughs in this period. He's quite prolific, this character. So if you know the highest test scores in test cricket, you would know his name. A couple of runs here for Australia. Jihan says Ken Barrington. That's a good guess. He was a good player, but not Ken Barrington. He was a very good player, Ken Barrington. Scored a lot of runs, average of 50. Not Ken Barrington, Jihan, but you're close. You're close. But he sort of played before Ken Barrington. Ken Barrington played in the 50s, I believe. So think about before, 40s, 30s, and 20s. Now, he's got the most runs in an Ashes series. He's up there with Don Bradman. He's up there with Steve Smith. He's up there with Sir Alistair Cook. Alistair Cook went past his record in 2010-11 for the most runs scored in an Ashes series by an English batsman. If that will give it away there. I don't want to give away too much, but that's another clue there. Nope, not Herbert Sutcliffe. Not Herbert Sutcliffe. Another good player, another good opening batsman for England. Not Herbert Sutcliffe. He was the same era. I'll have a look again, Jihan. I'll get back to that. But keep the guesses coming. You're close. You're close. Herbert Sutcliffe is sort of in the same era as this particular gentleman. And that's the end of the over. It's 3 for 267. So you're going through many of the great England batsmen there, Jihan. So you've already named Sutcliffe. You already named Barrington. Who else has been prolific for England in Test cricket? They've got quite a few, actually. So he's in the same area as Sutcliffe, round about there. Scored over 7,000 runs, average of 50. Captain England. Captain in an Ashes series. He was very good. He was a good player. So you're close, Gian. You're close. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . One flicked away by Head down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Another boundary for Travis Head. The runs are flowing for Australia here. It's just wonderful to see Travis Head doing what he does best. So you're in that same era there, Jihan. You're in the right era. Ooh, not Jack Hobbs. No. Good guess, not Jack Hobbs. He was another fine player, Jack Hobbs. Another fine player. Not Jack Hobbs. But not Len Hutton. No. No. So the question is, not Len Hutton. So the question is, I'll say the question again, Jihan. The question is, Len Hutton went past Don Bradman's record of 334 at the Oval. So we always refer to that, but it's not entirely true. Someone else got there first in between the two. So 3 years after, Bradman scored the 334 at Headingley in 1930. Someone else broke the record in between, and then in 1938, Len Hutton broke the record. So who is that person? You're in the right era. Len Hutton was his teammate, I do believe, because Len Hutton did play in the 30s. Obviously, in 1938, he broke the record. So you're in the right era. So in that 30s, played in the 30s, played in the 40s a bit, captain England, captained them in an Ashes series, which was very unsuccessful. But we'll go into that once we reveal the answer. But you're close. Good guesses there. So who is this person? He was a very good player, well-established, 7,000 test runs, average 50, one of England's finest batsmen that they've ever produced. So Len Hutton went past his tally, but what I'm trying to say is that we often refer to Len Hutton beating Bradman's record. But in 1930, Bradman got the record, but then someone in between broke Bradman's record. They scored past 336. I'm not going to reveal too much because then you will know the answer. So who is the person that broke the record before Len Hutton? That's what I'm trying to say. So you're in the right era. Yes, Jihan, you're correct. It was Wally Hammond. Wally Hammond. You're correct. It was Walter Hammond. Wally Hammond, he was known. He got 336 in Auckland in 1933. You're correct. Yep. Wally Hammond. He captained England, and he captained them after the Second World War in 1946-47 in Australia, which was a tour that Australia won, which was a series that Australia won, obviously. It was just after the war, and England were a depleted side. So you're correct, Jihan. It was Wally Hammond. And obviously he doesn't really get that attention when we often refer to that, because anything with Bradman's name on it, you sort of just say, oh, he just went past Bradman. But technically he went past Wally Hammond's record. He got 336 in Auckland in 1933. So well done, Jihan. Another correct answer there. Well done. Jet Asia back into the attack. Jihan, you say it's surprising to name so many great England batsmen growing up in the 90s. Well, it is. I suppose, that's the thing with history. It's good to learn this stuff as well. Single to Smith down the ground to mid on. There's no run. Sorry, there is a single. They've had so many great players, England. And he was one of them, Wally Hammond. He passed Bradman's record, got 336 in 1933. And no one remembers it. They always say Len Hutton went past Bradman's record of 334. That's another boundary for Head. And this one brings up, I believe, I've lost track of the runs, but I think it is the 150 partnership. No, it's the 200-run partnership. Well done, Steve Smith. Trevor said 200-run partnership of 295 deliveries. It's been pretty good, that's for sure. This game slipping away from India. Decision to bowl first, coming back to haunt them. These pair of Head and Smith have done really well. It's been good. It's been a really good partnership, that's for sure. 200-run partnership. John says, has India just gone into cruise control? And are there penalties for slow over rates in this game? We should be 340, 350 at stumps. Looks like they're rushing their overs now. No, John, I don't think there's slow over rates. I don't think, because it's the final of the World Test Championship. So I think it will count for the next cycle. I'm not sure. I have to read up on the playing conditions about that. But yeah, it just seems that India are just slowing up things a bit. It's not really going their way. They've really struggled to get breakthroughs on a pitch that's really flattened out. End of the over. So not quite going India's way in this last session. And I've got an interesting quote by one of the game's great batsmen that I think pretty much sums up India's situation at the moment. We've chosen to bowl first. One of the game's great batters. Get two. You say it's over. WTC goes to Australia. Well, it's not over yet. It's only day one. There's still plenty of time. Gian, you say, remember, Australia messed it up in Gaul from this position, so not all over. Yeah. They were in a good position there, and they let it slip. But different conditions, obviously, Jihan. In Sri Lanka, ball turning on the surfaces as Smith defends, and there's no run. There's a pigeon. I think Bill Laurie will be interested with the pigeon that's on the screen right now, drinking a bit of water here at the Oval. Thakur, being expensive today. In now to Smith, who's on 75. This one full on his pads. Smith hits it straight to mid-wicket. There's no run. Get to, you say, yeah, all we can hope. So it's the same again, choking in critical matches. John says, hopefully they've learnt from Gaul. Jihan says they've looked a bit toothless after the assistants ran out, lacking an X factor. John says bowl first is something you never do in Adelaide. No, you don't bowl first in Adelaide, that's for sure. It's always the old Adelaide Oval. You never batted first. You never bowled first. Sorry, you always batted first. But with the drop-in wicket and the day-night test, there's a tendency to, probably bowl first. It depends on the surface. John, you say, win the toss, think about bowling first, then bat. Well, that comes to the interesting quote that I'm going to say in a minute, John, from one of the game's great batsmen. I'll say it in a minute as Thakur's in again. This one on the pads of Smith. He works it to mid-wicket. There's no run. Jihan says, not compatible conditions, true, but day two in Gaul was still pretty flat and they still collapsed. Yes. Yeah, they did. They should have really got a big score on that test, and they did in Australia. So they'll be hoping that they've learnt from that lesson. But, oh well. You live and learn in this game, I suppose, as Thakur is in now. To Smith, this one on his pads again to mid-wicket, and there's no run. John says, sounds like Japelli. Yeah, something that Ian Chappell would say. Australia 3 for 276. Most of the Indian fans looking pretty disappointed with how the session has gone. They haven't taken a wicket yet. Takor to Smith. This one on his pads again, Smith. He works it behind square on the leg side for a quick single to end the over. 74 overs done. All right, so the quote, W.G. Grace, one of the game's finest batsmen to ever play. Didn't play many test matches for England, but he was a pretty good player. And I think this quote is very true of how you go about things as a captain when you're deciding to win the toss and either bowling or batting first. So in the words of W.G. Grace, he said, when you win the toss, bat. If you are in doubt, think about it, then bat. If you have very big doubts, consult a colleague, then bat. And I think that's a very true quote from W.G. Grace here. So the moral of that quote is that you always bat first. Even if you're unsure about bowling first, you always bat first. So one of the quotes there from W.G. Grace. Jadeja in. This one driven through the covers from Smith. He'll pick up a single. Jihan says, Japelli was still saying Travis hit his average on Cricket Info yesterday. Was he? I didn't really see that analysis that Japelli gave. Yeah. But he's still writing, Japelli. He's still writing for ESPN Cricket Info. He's not commentating anymore, obviously. Still writing about the game. Jadeja into head. This one short outside off stump, up in the air. And it will go straight to deep point. Siraj there does the fielding, and they'll take a single. So quite an interesting quote there from W.G. Grace. When in doubt, you always bat first. Is the moral of his quote. Defended there by Jadeja. Defended there by Smith of Jadeja. There's no run. So that's always the best way to go. Bat first if you're unsure. In any conditions, even if it's a green top, you consider to bat first. Run to the board, key in a test match. Jadeja into Smith. This one fielded at cover by Rohit Sharma. Jadeja in to Smith, who drives through the covers for a single. Picking up these runs comfortably, Smith. It's the end of the over. It's a good over from Australia there. John, you say Japelli is Japelli never one to back down on his opinion. No, he's not. He's always forefront in his opinions, Japelli. Jihan, you say it's ground dependent too. You don't bat first on a green seam or a Trent Bridge, Headingley, Edgbaston, except Broad and Addison, etc., and expect to do well. Yeah, pretty much. We saw that last time with Australia over the years, and they've played at those venues. They've always struggled. I remember in 2015, of course, at Trent Bridge, they got bowled out for 60, of course, and then the test match at Edgbaston was a disaster as well in the same series. Takor into Smith. Smith defends the cover, and there's no run. Jihan says it's hard enough getting bat on ball in those conditions, let alone the middle of the bat. Yeah. Well, it'd be interesting to see what sort of pitches England produce for this Ashes series. And it'd be interesting to see what they do for that series. Obviously, Ben Stokes wants faster and more conducive surfaces to batting with the way England are playing at the moment. As Takor bangs this one in short to Smith, who works it around the corner behind square down to fine leg for one. Cameron Green looking on intently, wanting to have a go. He's got to wait his turn. These two have done pretty well. Half a point, John. You got it. You got it right there. Half a point. Yes, it was W.G. Grace. He came up with that quote. Very interesting cricketer, W.G. Grace. And that one just dispatched over cover for 4 from Travis Head. Rohit Sharma's got a concerned look on his face. It's danger signs for India now. Travis Head is 120 and he's not backing down. It's been a terrific knock. That lofted shot over cover for 4. So W.G. Grace came up with that term, came up with that quote, I should say. And a pretty interesting cricketer, W.G. Grace, one of the greats of English cricket. He played for Gloucestershire in county cricket for many, many seasons. Scored over 50,000 first-class runs. Didn't play much in Test cricket, but a reasonable record. Uppercut from Head, over the top of the slips and the keeper for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Head. He's played that shot well today, using the pace, getting underneath it. 4 runs. Very good shot there from Head. Not much pace from Thakur, so he's able just to wait on that and just get underneath it. Just glided over the top of the slips and the keeper. Four runs. And Australia pressing on the advantage here. Thakur in again to Head. This one beats Travis Head outside off stump. Kept a little bit low. We've seen that today. Few deliveries have kept low a little bit. Thakur. And again, last ball of the over to Head. And again, Head doesn't quite connect with this one outside off stump. Through to the keeper, no run. It's the end of the over, 3 for 289. Three for 289. And Australia going along nicely in this last session. They should be able to get over 300 if they can in this last session and then set it up tomorrow in that first hour tomorrow on day 2. It's been a very dominant last session. And for Australia, you'll have to say it's been another session 1 to Australia, but still got a few overs left before the end of the day's play. India disappointed with how things have gone. They would have liked a few more wickets by now. Travis Head looking to free his arms and continue on his merry way. 4 overs until the new ball. India will be hoping to get that new ball if they can. This old ball's gone a bit soft. Jadeja into Smith, and Smith defends for no run. Jihan, you say, ideal scenarios for Australia are still 3 wickets down to stumps. Yep, 100%. Couldn't agree more. And if Australia can be 3 for 300 at stumps, I think that's a pretty good day for Australia, given how difficult the start of the day was with the overhead conditions, the ball nipping around a bit off the seam. Travis Head, 124. Smith, 80. It's good to see Steve Smith scoring runs. And he's going to be important for Australia in the Ashes to come, obviously. Travis Head, 124. On strike now to Jadeja, I should say. That one outside off stump. Bit short. Head works it through point for a single. John says, bounce is getting a little inconsistent too. Yes, we've seen a few shoot low. We've seen a few kick up, just rear off a length. And it's that sort of a surface where it could go up and down as we progress throughout this test match. But Australia definitely in the driving seat at the moment. Smith drives to deep mid off for a single. the Oval. Looking pretty splendid in the sunshine here at the Oval. Jadeja in to head. Doesn't quite time the shot. Playing a miss outside off stump. It's no run. Looking to try and pull that and sweep that through the leg side. Travis Head, but he didn't quite time it. End of the over. 3 for 292. 3 for 292. And thanks for joining us, everyone. I know it's a bit of a late sort of stream, but I wasn't planning on streaming the entirety of the third session. But, oh well, seeing that we're here, we might as well. And nearly towards the end of the day as well. Thanks for joining us. And thanks for enjoying some very good Test match cricket. Certainly if you're an Australian fan at the moment, Australia really pressing home the advantage. 3 for 292, 77 overs. We're nearly towards the end of the day. Smith 81, Head 125. Tucker into Smith. This one worked on the leg side and there's no run. John, you say, my stream is lagging about 4 balls behind you, but unless we shut up shop, should easily get 340. Yeah, there's still a few overs to go today. I'm watching from my TV, John, so it's pretty much right on the money. That's just the way it is with streams, isn't it? Just sort of had that lagging sort of situation. This one outside off stump, Smith leaves, and there's no run. But yeah, Australia should easily get over 300 today, and if there's still 3 down at stumps, they're in a very good position in this Test match. But you would have to say the last 2 sessions have been Australia's, that's for sure. Excuse me. Tucker into Smith. This one on his pads, and Smith defends the run. India. Where's the next wicket coming from? Who's going to get the next breakthrough? Steve Smith's faced over 200 balls. Head 138. Tucker in to Smith. This one keeps a little bit low, but Smith digs it out well to the leg side. No run. Two balls left of the over. Tucker. Been expensive today. 1 for 75. He's in now to Smith. Smith defends solidly on the front foot. Confidence from Smith. Looking at ease at the crease. He's determined to play on and get a big innings here. Recently celebrated his birthday a few days ago. Shares the same birthday as the War brothers, Steve and Mark. Steve Smith, so he'll be hoping to get a big score here, Smith, and get a Test century. Good crowd all day. We've seen the crowd come in and watch this Test match as Tucker's into Smith. Last ball of the over. Defended nicely again by Smith. It's no runs. The end of the over. 3 for 292. And it's a maiden. Maiden over from Tucker. Thanks everyone for joining us for these 4 hours that we've been on. But it's been an interesting test match. Australia looking dominant in the dominant position at the moment. India got some questions to answer in terms of how they're going to take the next wicket. And Australia 3 for 292. 78 overs. This partnership well over 200 for Australia. It's really set them up nicely in this test match. Smith and Head going along nicely. 81 for Smith, 125 for Head. Alex Carey, Cameron Green to come, then the bowlers. But you would think they'll have a part to play much later on in the innings. And these two have a lot of runs to score in the meantime. Jadeja to Head, who drives past Jadeja down the ground to deep mid-off. Pick up a single. Score moves on to 3 for 294. Thank you, Get To. Thanks for dropping by. We hope to see you back soon. Jadeja into Smith again. This one defended by Smith, and there's no run. Smith drives to mid-off for a single. Three for 294 for Australia, and slowly coming towards the end of what has been a very interesting day's play of Test match cricket. Jadeja into Head, this one outside off stump, spinning back into Head. Head works it through offside for a single. 3 for 295. Back Cummins, Marnus Labuschagne looking on. Marnus disappointed to get out when he did. Jadeja to Smith, who dispatches Jadeja straight back down the ground, past mid-off for 4. Steve Smith, good use of the feet, looking to put on the pressure here. That's a very good shot from Smith. Good use of the feet. Mid-off was back. Not too concerned about that, Steve Smith. He placed that well. And Steve Smith's got that look in his eye. He wants a big score here. Jadeja into Smith, who defends on the front foot. There's no run to end the over. End of the over, I should say. 3 for 299. Well, we're not far away from the new ball. India will be hoping that they can take it and look to get a breakthrough. 3 for 299, Australia. 79 overs have been bowled. And for India, that decision to bowl first, coming back to probably haunt them. That's what's probably happening at the moment. Australia have scored 4.61 runs per over in this session. Scored well over 100 runs in this session here. Mohammad Siraj back into the attack. He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. 79 overs have been bowled, so Rohit Sharma has said going to bring back on Siraj and probably Shami from the Vauxhall end with the new ball available in the next over. And they bowled pretty well up front. And they had a bit of assistance with the conditions. And now it's flattened out. Good for batting here. Siraj begins his new spell. Into Head. This one a short delivery. Head tried to pull it. Didn't quite time it. Went out behind square to the offside. And he will pick up a single. 300 up for Australia for 3. Jihan says, no sandpits here to get India wickets. 300 up for Australia. Round of applause from the dugout. John says, I'm the only hardcore cricket fan in my household, so compromises have to be about TV viewing. I view in my man cave, and someone comes out with a cuppa every now and then. Win-win. Well, that's pretty good, John. It's always nice watching cricket early in the morning. Quiet, the serenity, the peace. As Smith defends onto the leg side for no run. It's always peaceful, that's for sure. I always look forward to watching, obviously, when Australia play the Ashes, of course. It's always nice watching cricket early in the morning. Just that quiet of peace and serenity, which is a nice feeling. But good to hear, John. Keeping hydrated in these early hours of the morning. Siraj into Smith. This one outside of stump, no run. And thanks, everyone, for staying with us. It's been a bit of a long stream, 4 hours. We've streamed both the second and the third session here. Got around about 11 overs left in the day's play. It's been a very good day for the Australian team. The scorers doing a very good job, as always. The scorers from their scoring box of the pavilion here at the Oval, doing an important job, keeping score. Siraj in to Smith. This one's short of the length. Smith glides it behind square on the offside for one. It's been a pretty good day for Australia, and Steve Smith's on that number, 87. You will want to get off that number quickly as possible. Unlucky number in Australian cricket, that's for sure. 87. You will want to get off that straight away if you're believing in all that superstitious stuff. Siraj. Into head. This one short, head, pulls, under edge, nearly back onto the stumps. Didn't quite time that at all, Travis Head. No damage done, he survives. He's batted really well, Travis Head. 3 for 101 for Australia. Travis said 128 off 142. It's been a pretty quick innings from Head. It's not a surprise, obviously. His strike rate in his career is well over 80. And it's not every day that you see strike rates like that amongst test batters. Maybe Verinder Sehwag back in his pomp. Siraj to Head. This one a short ball. Head rides this onto the leg side for no run. It's the end of the over. It's 80 overs done. India do have the opportunity to take the new ball if they want. Maybe a short spell from Siraj and Shami to try and get a wicket before the end of the day's play. We've only got 10 overs left. So they'll be hoping to get a breakthrough if they can. But it's been a pretty good surface to bat on here at the Oval. It does get better to bat on. Looking at the stats, you know, it's a pretty good ground to score runs, cash in, and quick outfield. The fans enjoying today's play. 80 overs are done. Will India take the new ball? Mohammad Shami's back into the attack from the Vauxhall end. Is he going to take the new ball, Rohit Sharma? He's got that opportunity to do so. Bit of a risk, especially the hardness of the new ball can bring about wickets, but it can also leak runs. Bowlers are getting tired. 80 overs have been bowled. Both teams will be feeling a little bit sore. Not playing much cricket, the Australian team. India have played in the IPL, of course. So getting back to the long spells at test match level. Shami in. This one full. Smith defends. It's a wide mid on. No run. John says no caffeine in the late hours. All are wired all day tomorrow. Milo or Bono Ox only. And yes, I always enjoy watching in the quiet hours. That's good to hear, John. Yeah, it's always nice. It's always peaceful. You can just sit back and, just no distractions at all. Just watch the game and enjoy the cricket. That's what I look forward to. You may wake up the whole neighbourhood if you scream a little bit. I'm pretty sure I did that in the last Ashes series when Australia retained the Ashes. But, that's what it is in cricket in terms of being a supporter, a diehard cricket tragic. The things you do for cricket. The new ball's been taken. Mashami had a couple of balls with the old ball just to warm up, get loosened up now with the new ball. Umpire Richard Illingworth has signalled that to the scorers. And also to the, umpire Gaffney as well. Defended by Smith, there's no run. No, John, I haven't heard of bod knocks. That's a new term for me. I haven't heard of that. I've heard of Milo, of course. If you're from Australia, of course you know about Milo. I've heard of Milo, but not what you mentioned there. That's kind of new to me, John. India hoping that they can get a breakthrough with the new ball. It's been a very tough session for them in this last session today. Last two sessions have been tough. Shami in to Smith. This one, full Smith defends back down the pitch, and there's no run. But do tell me, John, what is it? I would love to know. India, they've only used the 5 bowlers today. Shami in again to Smith. This one trickles out to the offside and there's no run. Australia 3 for 101. Shami to Smith. This one outside off stump. Smith leaves for no run to end the over. End of the over. It's 3 for 101. Thanks, everyone, for sticking with us. It's been a bit of a marathon, of course, early hours in the morning if you're from Australia. Watching this WTC final between Australia and India. It's been a bit of a long session, as it always is in the last session of a test, of course, trying to make up overs and over rates these days. But it's been a very enjoyable day of test cricket. It's been a very enjoyable day. We've seen lots happening. Richard Illingworth inspecting the ball, something that the Mohammad Siraj wasn't happy about with the ball there, but umpire Illingworth says it's fine. John, you say it's concentrated beef stock makes a delicious, hot, salty, savoury drink, and don't want something sweet. Also used in cooking for stews, casseroles, etc. Or off to the supermarket with you. Well, thanks for that, John. Maybe I should give it a try. Siraj in to head. This one outside off stump. There's no run. Thanks for that, John. Something new. You learn something new every day, eh? India, they've taken the new ball. Will it bring about wickets or will it leak runs? Often the case with the new ball. That's the risk you take. But in the situation that India find themselves, winning the toss, bowling first, it's sort of backfired a little bit, you would say. Not an ideal situation to be in. But it's test match cricket. You have an opportunity to come back. Siraj into head. This one outside off stump. Head was tempted in playing this but he lets it go for no run. Bolt upright seam there from Siraj. Good seam presentation. Steve Smith, watching on. It's been a good partnership between him and Head, over 200 plus. So I think it's nearly up to 250. I've lost count. Yeah, John. I liked Vegemite. I haven't had it in years though. That's a single there from Travis Head. Good fielding there from the fielder there at mid-off. Got across that. If he didn't cut that off, that would have been 4. Shadow Tucker there. Yes, that's something that I haven't had in a while, John. Vegemite. It's been a while since I've had Vegemite. One of those staples in the Australian diet. But the problem that most people have with Vegemite is they put too much on. So it can be a little bit salty. But always good to have you on toast every morning. Siraj into Smith. This one defended to mid-on, and there's no run. I have tried Marmite before. I know that's popular in the UK. I did try that once. I didn't really like the taste of it. But many of our UK listeners would probably say that Marmite's a bit better than Vegemite, but did try it once. I didn't really like it. Vegemite. I prefer Vegemite every day of the week. Siraj into Smith. This one defended to mid-on. Mid-off, and there's no run. 3 for 302. It's been a pretty good last session from Australia. John says, 1 is for terse, 1 is for hot water. Best not to confuse the two. Well, that's a good way of putting it. Siraj. To Smith, this one outside off stump and full. Journ through extra cover for 4. Another boundary for Stephen Smith. He's got his eye in now. He moves on into the 90s. He could score a century tonight. End of the over. It's 3 for 306. 3 for 306. Steve Smith looks like he's going to score his century tonight. He races into the 90s. It's been very good stuff from these two. It's been a very good partnership. Well over 200. I've lost count. They've been scoring runs so quickly. A reminder for everyone, whoever's still here with us, we are going to be back. We'll be back for day 3 of the World Test Championship final. We won't be streaming tomorrow, but we will be back for day 3. So just a reminder for everyone, make sure you click the notification bell so you don't miss out. We will be back for day 3 of the test. Which session? We don't know yet. Maybe the second session, maybe the third. We don't know. But as Shami continues to head this one, angling in from around the wicket. And Head defends onto the leg side for no run. John, you say, yeah, Marmite is horrible. That's why Han Solo always tries to wind me up about it. Yeah. Yeah, it is horrible. I tried it once. Ugh, yuck. Nah, I prefer Vegemite on my toast every day of the week. That's for sure. Yeah, so, well, we haven't seen Han for a while. Hoping that he does drop by. It's always great fun talking to Han. Smith into Head. This one beats him. Outside off stump for no run. Playing a miss. Even if you're on 129, you're still playing miss. This one angling in and seaming away from Travis Head, the left-hander. That's what Mohammad Shabi's trying to do, bowling around the wicket, angling the ball into the left-hander and hoping that it will nip off the seam and nip away and get that outside edge, which it nearly did. 100%, you say, John. Yeah, absolutely. Shammy in to Head. This one short outside off stump. Head tried to work this through points. Didn't quite connect. Playing a miss. No run. Nearly 6 o'clock local time at the Oval. And we're towards the end of the day's play. So we are going a bit over time. A little bit, as we do. We always play the half hour to make up overs. So we should have been done by 5:30, but we've gone over time. Make up the overs lost. Shammy in to Head, who works this through the offside. And the fielder at point, forward point, Pujara, cuts it off. There's no run. So those were the hours of playing time. 10:30 start, lunch at 12:30 till 1:10, tea 3:10 until 3:30, then 5:30 close. So we've gone a bit over time today. That's because of the overs. And the over rates are a very prevalent problem in the game, that's for sure. And something that all teams struggle with. John says, no, he hasn't been about. Thought he'll poke his head in as this and the Ashes are on his patch. Yeah, maybe he's busy. I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of him. He hasn't been about, that's for sure. As this one's an outside edge, racing down to third man for 4. Another boundary for Travis Head. He races to 133. And another boundary onto the Australian turtle. It's frustrating for India. Yeah, but hopefully Han does make an appearance during our live streams throughout this Ashes series and WTC final. It's always good to talk to Han about cricket and other things as well. Last ball, the 83rd over. Mohammed Shami 1 for 69 in his 19th over, about to complete his 19th over. And Shami in to Head. This one glided down to third man again by Travis Head for a single. It's the end of the over, 3 for 311. Three for 311. 83 overs have been done in the book towards the end of the day's play. We've got 7 overs remaining of the allocated 90. But thanks, everyone, for sticking around for the last 4 hours. It's been some exciting cricket. 32 overs have been bowled in this last session. 141 runs have been scored. And a run rate of 4 and over, which has been good from Australia. And for India, I should say, not a very good last session. This is where probably, nicely driven. It was full outside off stump, driven through the covers nicely from Head for 4. He's singing the ball like a beach ball today. It's a nice boundary from Travis Head. 21st boundary for him. Good position. Used the hands to access the ball outside that off stump. And he drove that nicely. So the Indian bowler's getting a bit tired towards the end of the day. And this is what Test match cricket's about. It's about trying to bounce back and from difficult positions and sessions. Siraj in to Head. This one full. Head works it past mid-on for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Travis Head. And what a start to the over it is. 8 runs off it, 2 boundaries. 142 for Travis Head. This has been at some sort of innings in a World Test Championship final where your batters have got to really stand up in a very important game. Nicely balanced there, Head. He was able just to work that pass mid-on. He was up for 4 runs, and that's 2,503 runs for Travis Head in Test cricket, averaging 48. That's a pretty good start to his career in 37 matches. Siraj, yet again to head. This one on the leg stump. Head works it through the leg side to mid-on for a single. 150 runs in the session. Australia 3 for 320. Steve Smith, can he get his century tonight? He only needs 9 runs to get it. And it would be a very good century from Smith. So, having a look at our poll question, everyone thinks India still got a chance of winning this final. Siraj into Smith, this one down the leg side, and Bharat fumbles behind the stumps, but in the end they don't run the bye, so it's a dot ball. Bit of a challenge today from Bharat behind the stumps. That one just deviated off the surface, and it often does in England. It does swing after it's deviated. And Bharat did well to get a hand to that. Didn't concede any buys. Jihan says, classy on drive from head. Played the same shot to get to 100 of the Gabba against England. He did. Such a talented player, Travis Head. And it's really good to see him really doing well. Excuse me. This one outside off stump and left easily by Smith. No run. Well, you have to say that Travis Head's really taken this game away from India. I did mention this earlier. Once he gets in and gets set, Travis Head, he can be a dangerous player. And I really do see him being an X factor in the Ashes because this is what he can do. He's already changed this game in a matter of 2 sessions, along with Steve Smith, who's just plodded along. And he's doing Steve Smith things, obviously. You know, that's just the way Steve Smith bats. And Travis Head's done all the scoring. But it's been a good partnership. End of the over, 3 for 320. So we're nearly towards 6 o'clock, extra half an hour. So we won't quite bowl the 90 overs today, which is always the case in Test cricket with the over rates. It's been 33 overs have been bowled in this last session. So just an indication, excuse me, about these over rates and how poor they are. John says, yep, slow over rates, a pet peeve of mine, regardless of which team does it. There's no way to fix it. No, they tried everything, John. They tried penalties, they tried bans, they tried fines. Nothing seems to work. Chamois to head. This one punched off the back foot through cover. Travis Head looking for 2. He'll get 2. They'll come back for the 3rd. It's a long boundary out there. He's got to hurry. He'll make it easily. 3 runs. Yeah, it is a bit of a problem, John, but they've tried everything. So it's just a matter for the teams to get on with it and make sure the pace of play is well up there. As an umpire, that's what you're trying to instruct to the players, making sure that we get through our overs and, you know, keep the game moving. But there's a whole lot of things that cause delays, you know, people moving behind the side screen, all that stuff that can be avoided. So the ICC have tried things over the years, but they don't seem to work. Jihan, they've overtaken the 324 for 2 they got at day 1 at the Oval in 2001. They went on to get 620 for 4 that match. Yeah, well, you think now Australia should be able to get 450, 500 from here. As this one's defended by Smith, there's no run. So they're in a good position now. Really for India, you know, I think we're going to keep mentioning it. That decision to bowl first in conditions that were suitable for bowling didn't really capitalize when they made that decision. They should have really taken more wickets than 2 in that first session. Picked up 1 with Labuschagne, but since then it's been Smith and Head who've really taken this game away from them. You know, whenever you concede a big deficit in the first innings, it's always hard to come back. But in saying that, it's only day 1. It's not over yet. You know, we've still got 4 more days to go, maybe a reserve day if required. But it's been really good from Australia. It's good to see them. If you're an Australian fan, especially going into the Ashes, it's a pretty good sign going forward, I suppose. As Shammy into Smith leaves this outside off stump. There's no run. So nearly approaching that cutoff time. Around about 6 o'clock. We've gone that extra half hour. So local time, 6 o'clock. So we have ticked over that. So I think this could be the last over of the day. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see what the umpires do if they walk off, and that will be the last over. We are getting towards that period where we do cut off here. Jamie to Smith. Smith defends onto the leg side. There's no run. Jihan says Shepherd's Bush is going to be busy tonight. What do you mean by that, Jihan? Just for some context there. As Shammy about to bowl his last ball into his 20th over now. 1 for 73. 3 for 2, 23 for Australia. Smith on 91. He's 9 away from a century. Shammy in to Smith. This one full outside off stump. Smith drives through the covers. It beats the fielder at mid-off. Quick outfield. It's racing away to the boundary. Will it get there? It won't. The fielder won't cut it off. Will be 4 runs. Another boundary onto the total for Australia. Smith moves to 95. That is the end of the day's play. And you'll have to say it's been Australia's session. It's been Australia's day. It's been Travis Head's day. And it's been Steve Smith's day as well. Jihan says Shepherd's Bush is the Aussies area in London. Lots of Aussies live there and lots of Aussie bars. Well, definitely it'll be pumping tonight, that's for sure. As that's the end of the day's play. 3 for 327. It's been a very dominant day by the Australians. And they'll be very happy. Steve Smith, he's only 5 runs away from a century. He'll be looking to knock that off tomorrow morning. And Travis Head, what an innings this has been from Travis Head. Pat Cummins, a very happy captain, walking down the steps to congratulate what has been a superb partnership for the 4th wicket between Smith and Travis Head. Be interesting to have a look at the stats and see if they have gone past a record for the highest 4th wicket partnership by an Australian pair at the Oval. Be interesting to do that. Look up the stats and look up the numbers. I'm pretty sure they have gone past the list there. So we may have to do a little bit of research and see who they've gone past. But I've lost track of how many runs they've scored in this partnership. John says, is that where all the Aussies hang out and party in London? Jihan says, yeah, pretty much. There used to be a big walkabout bar there. Not sure if it's still there. Travis Head, having a few words at the post-match interview. Well played, Travis Head. 146 not out of 156. So Australia at stumps have done pretty well. Now, for those who are still with us, obviously, your thoughts on the day. How did you see today? Did you think, yep, pretty dominant day from Australia? How did you rate their performance, India's performance in terms of how they went about things with the ball? The way I've seen it today, it's been a pretty good day of Test match cricket. We've seen a very challenging period at the start of the day with overhead conditions, pitch doing a bit, seaming. And then towards the second session, third session, the sun's come out, baked this pitch, and it's pretty good for batting. We've seen that now. And Australia really dominated this day's play in this first day of the WTC final. So we'll have a quick summary of the scores and what's happened during today's play. And we will look forward to what's going to happen tomorrow. Or should I say, in the early hours of the morning here in Australia, what's going to happen on day 2 today. So Australia 3 for 327 at stumps on day one. This World Test Championship final, 85 overs. Steve Smith, 95. Travis Head, 146. And they have added a very good partnership, well over. The partnership, just going to have a look at that, see how many runs they've added. 251 unbeaten for the 4-wicket partnership. It's definitely set up Australia nicely in this test match. So let's have a look at what happened today. Let's recap everyone of what has happened during today. So early on today, in that first session of play, Australia lost a couple of wickets. Obviously, Usman Khawaja was the first wicket to go. He was caught by Bharat, bowled by Siraj for a duck. Australia were 1 for 2 at that stage. David Warner was out for 43, strangled down the leg side just before the lunch break. Caught by Bharat, bowled by Thakur. Australia were 2 for 71 at that stage. And then soon after lunch, Australia lost the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne. He was clean bowled by Mohammad Shami for 26. Australia were 3 for 76 at that stage. And now they find themselves at 3 for 327 after being 3 for 76. This partnership between Steve Smith and Travis Head of 251 for the 4th wicket, unbeaten, will definitely go past some Australian batting records here at the Oval in terms of highest 4th wicket partnerships. And they've certainly batted well today. It's been their day. It's been Australia's day. And for India, disappointing with the ball in terms of picking up only 3 wickets in the first 2 sessions. So that's how the day has panned out, really. As we cast our mind forward to day 2, what's going to happen? Well, pretty much we would think that Australia would press on their advantage. We would think that Australia would look to score more runs and really put the pressure on India. That's for sure. But at the moment, it is a very dominant position that the Australians find themselves at the moment. For India, a lot of work to do, a lot of planning to do ahead of tomorrow's play. So there we are. Australia 3 for 327 at stumps. Travis Head's been superb, 140-odd. Unbeaten, Steve Smith on 95, closing in on another test match century. Dr. Jihan says, yeah, pretty much. There used to be a big walk. Sorry, I've already read that comment. John says, good work, Australia. Dug in early, then opened up when the clouds parted. Thought India shanked it a bit, but tomorrow's another day. That's right. Tomorrow's another day in Test match cricket. And another opportunity for India to come back. But obviously, it's been Australia's day. It's been a very good performance by the Australian team. And hopefully, they can continue on that good work tomorrow and make the most of it. Dr. Jihan says, his comment here, come on, Australia, let's push on day 2 and put India out of it completely. Well, yeah, I think they'll do that, Jihan. I think, anything 450, 500, I think Australia definitely in the box seat, and probably that's taking India away from winning this test match outright. But we do got to remember that if it is a draw, then both teams share the trophy. So the mace will be shared. So both Australia and India will definitely be looking to get a result here. But well, it's been a pretty good day for Australia, and that's what you want to see from the Australian team. And then obviously good signs going forward, I suppose, if we cast our minds to the Ashes. Not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but good signs from Smith, good signs from Head. David Warner looked okay. Marnus Labuschagne looked good as well. So positive signs for Australia going forward with a lack of preparation going into this WTC final and also the Ashes. So a pretty dominant day indeed. 251 unbeaten partnership for the fourth wicket between Smith and Travis Head. That's what you need in Test match cricket. You need a backup partnerships, dig in, build a partnership, consolidate. That's what Australia's done. India, disappointed. 3 wickets, winning the toss, bowling first, not ideal. And I would think that they will be regretting, I think Rohit Sharma will be regretting that decision to bowl first this morning. But he's made that decision, and India will have to try and get their way back into this Test match. But you would say Australia, dominant in the second session and the third session. India, first session of play was round about even, but the next 2 sessions were clearly Australia's without losing a wicket in that last session, and Smith and Head scoring runs at will. John says confidence should be high for Warner, Smith and Head. Uzi will just shrug it off, and Marnus will just get back into the nets. Yeah, he would. He would. Marnus Labuschagne would definitely do that. Knowing Marnus, he'll be in the net straight away now, chomping at the bit to get a go in the second innings. But it's been a very good day of Test match cricket, and it's been a very good day for Australia. If you're an Australian fan, if you're an Indian supporter, you'll be disappointed, but there's always tomorrow. There's always a new day. Day 2 will be an opportunity for India to try and create something. But at the moment, it is trying to consolidate Australia, trying to restrict them to any total they can. And at the moment, it's not in a good position at the moment here for India. So that's where we are at Stumps on day 1 of this WTC final. Now, before we sign off, and a reminder for everyone about where to next, we will be back. So we won't be streaming tomorrow, obviously. So day 2 will be a miss, but we will be back for day 3. Day 3, we will be back for day 3 and how day 3 will pan out. So we're going to be back for that, for this WTC final. Also, casting forward towards the Ashes, of course. We'll be streaming all 5 Test matches for the Ashes. Also for the Women's Ashes, of course. We'll be covering that as well, which is running alongside of the Men's Ashes, which should be an exciting series. So that's the plan going forward on the podcast. And also thank you to everyone who has helped us to get to 650 subscribers. It's been an unbelievable few weeks with the last few videos that have been posted, episodes on the podcast, over 100 views for all of them. So I do really appreciate that. Really grateful that people take the time to listen to me and listen to me speak about cricket, which is flattering, but also embarrassing at the same time. But it's been great. The support's been great, and let's keep on this momentum and hopefully crack 1,000 subscribers before the end of the Ashes. That's the goal. But thanks everyone for watching the last few videos. It really means a lot, and it's great to see people tuning in and subscribing to the podcast, which is the main thing. So hopefully we can get to 700 soon, and hopefully 1,000 by the end of the Ashes. That's for sure. John says, good morning. Time I crawled under the doona. It's a little bit chilly here now. Absolutely, John. I'll be doing the same thing as well. It's a little bit cold, a little bit chilly. It's been a long night, but it's been a good day of Test match cricket. Thank you, John, for joining. See you next time. We'll hopefully see you back. And thank you, everyone, for joining us as well. And I hope everyone had a good day watching day 1 of this WTC final. And what will tomorrow have in store for us? John, you say I was going to say good night, but the ship has sailed. Yes, it has. It's well into the morning now, but yeah. But anyway, John, good night to you. I hope you have a great night. And to everyone, thank you everyone for watching, listening, and I hope everyone enjoyed today's play. It was a very interesting day of Test match cricket for this WTC cycle. Before we go, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Easy thing to do. Just click the subscribe button, click the bell so you don't miss out on our episodes. It's an easy thing to do. Make sure you follow us on Twitter or on Instagram. We're on there on the social media platforms. And also the podcast is available on other podcasting services like Anchor, Spotify, and on Apple Podcasts. So we're across there. So make sure you subscribe and do all those good things and support the podcast as well. But thanks everyone for joining. I hope everyone has a good night, a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be around the world. Until next time, keep safe and bye for now.